Hello. Hey, hi. Go 9-9. Barnaby, I just started. Barnaby, I just started. It's almost done. I think tonight. I think tonight after a few more checks, I can send it. I can send it to you. The VRM. Like I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's just a bit of a less. It's a bit of a some vertex checks, and some seams that I kind of want to just remove. But other than that, I think yeah, it's pretty much done. Just gonna do a little bit more checks. Hoi, Brian. Also, hi, Mac. Hi, malicious Mac. Hi, Brian. Hi, Barnaby. Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna play Valheim today. I'm gonna play Valheim today because I played yesterday, and also, gods, man. It's been quite a rough morning, but it's okay. I'm all good. Just a bit of a rough morning. That's why I'm kind of late as well. You know, have some mega errands to run, but it's all good. I'm okay now. Wait, let me just check something real quick. Is this open? Okay, good. Very, very nice. I'll be listening to this one when I play Valheim. Okay, I'm just gonna go into Valheim real quick. And also change this. Oh my god! Wait a minute, can I change something real quick? Hi, Rogue. Let me put myself here. I need some camera change buttons. Need to set that up. Also, hi, Rogue. Hope you're doing good. Oh. Moisturize? Alright. I'm still surprised how this game is very optimized. Wait, I clicked the wrong. What is the wrong? Oh yeah, so yesterday I played this. I just destroyed the Aether with Torch. I destroyed Aether with Torch and then decided to go to the whatever forest, the Black Forest, right? And then now I'm in Black Forest trying to get some copper and stuff. I don't want. I know to mean the box. Here I am. Is this just me or is there no sound? Oh yeah, there's sound. Just the music is louder than the game. There. So this is my humble home. And then oh my god is here. And then day 18 I died last night here. Because I was very hungry and I died. In game I died, but I was hungry in real life. So I'm just gonna go and try to get back my stuff. I don't even need to get this club. I'll leave this club here. On the equipment box. There. I'm just going in naked. Okay, let me try to get back my stuff. There should be some raspberries around here. Oh wait, I can just eat the raspberry or some like food that's in my chest. Yeah, this one. Any more? No? Alright, we good. Maybe I can stumble upon some mushrooms that I can just, you know, eat as well. Pig? I don't think I can win against pig with like bare hands. Should have brought the club. Should have brought the club. 6 wood. Alright, 6 wood it is. Why don't I just bring my own... Yeah, just bring my own club. Just take the club. Sorry, my brain is not exactly working right now. Also, I think I can upgrade this with bones, I think? Yeah, with bones. 5 bone fragments. I think I have a few. Just a few. 1 extra. Upgrade the bonking stick. I have a stronger bonking stick now. So wait, let me... I think I messed up a little bit here. There, okay. Mine does that too, but all the time. You know, honestly, yeah, I can... Same. Big. I must get pig. Also, I must get Dur. What? How did the Dur see me? The Dur has eyes on its ass? Really? Okay, fine. Okay, let me just slowly go back to where I died here and take my stuff back. I want to make stone axe, but at the same time I don't wanna. Does it make sense? Hopefully. Oh, mushroom? Oh yeah, foob. I'm sure the mushrooms are pretty safe to eat. Put some pants on? Oh. But, Nikki. Uh-oh. Beautiful. Beautiful. Hey. I'm the sneakiest of birds. That was a tasty scan. I became only jaw. Wait, is that? Oh, that's my previous house. This is Snakehu house. This is the previous world that I played on, because I'm playing the Kobold now. That's why I'm like playing. That's why I'm like restarting the game. Or I'm not restarting the game, but I'm restarting a new character. So this is the my snake's house. I found it. Oh my god. Oh, look at that. It's broken. It's wearing down. That's so cool. It actually wears down. Yeah, let's get in. Whoa. Yeah, see? 60 is bad. 60 was here. Let me just steal all the things. Was it a deer making weird chanting noises? Like hellish something? I can't say for sure. Maybe just steal all the things real quick. Oh wow, I was bullying Athea. Oh wow. Okay, let's take this. Might as well, right? And why do I need to upgrade them? Stone next, 2 stones. Uh-oh. Added the skin. Long. Long. Oh, post-stressed is the dragon simping noises. That was post-stressed. It's the dragon simping noise. Why do I have all these rocks here? Do you like my post-stretch noises? I spooked you? Sorry. All good, all good. You can squeeze the bold. Wait, can I make... I have something to show you later. Ooh, but you have to kill. In the most dragons? Oh my god, yeah. Okay, I'll keep it a very secret. Alright, let's put some pants on. Alright, Dop, I'm putting pants on. Also, hi, Dop. Sorry, I kinda just zone up for a little bit. There. I have helmet. I have pants. Civilized. Civilized bold. I have pants on now. I don't think I need to bring the flint. It's fine. But I do want to steal all the leather scraps and also the deer hide. Sticks is bad. Oh yeah, this one here. The house actually wears down. It's so cool. Wait, where's my hammer? The rest is fine. I guess the rest is fine. Now I was like, what is this? Is that my computer? What if it's your computer? Uh-oh. You sent it? Ooh. Alright, let me check it. I assume it's on Discord. Whoa, okay. Okay, I'm pretty I'm excited. Now I just have to find it. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go find here. My item. Oh yeah, there should be a lot of flint here. Oh my god. I made such a good base back then. Oh my god. Also, there was some fine picture you sent there, Barnaby. Fine picture. Oh. You get bonked. Oh, dude. Is it funny that I still don't have a bow? Bonk! Thanks for the hide. Smack one of the enemies with my tail. I wish there's like a tail smack in this game, but man. Too bad there's like a custom model. The actual model doesn't have a tail. It's an actual human. Like, eh. Oh, I'm doing a lot more damage to the trees now. Probably because this is level 3. Yeah, it's a level 3 axe. Oh, oh, oh. I just realized recently, oh maybe not recently, but about last year end, I realized how much I love big tail. Like, the bigger the tail, the better. I like big tail. So at some point I kind of want to just end trying to make my snake's tail like really big. I mean, the kobold tail currently looking okay lah, and then the snake I kind of want to make it a little bit bigger, but ultimately I didn't. But now, since I'm gonna be starting a new project to make my new dragon model, you know, because the previous one didn't really work out, and I'm trying to make a new one. So with this in mind, I think I know what to do. A little bit, at least. A little bit of direction on what to do. Big deal. Moisturize. Rogue, you're gonna drown me. Woo. Boop. Beep. Beep. Uh-oh. What is that? What is that clip? Also, don't ask me why I'm trying to cut all the trees down. Yeah, just a little bit of a deforestation. Oh. I cannot walk. Couldn't resist. Get cut. The water physics. When I'm walking in water, I don't walk at all. I'm like very floaty. I'm curious about the clip. Oh yeah, I even have like 3 of my antler pickaxe over there. SC up in the house. Oh, hi SC. Thanks again SC for the other day. I really appreciate that. Master of the hunt to survive in the wild. Bonk. Thanks for the hide. The bonk. You see, the thing is, who needs bow when you have bonk, right? All you need is bonk, not bow. I've mastered the art of the hunt. However, guys, I'm doing much better today, honestly. It's such a caveman solution. If it works, it works. Oh, that's a bunch of frogs. Are those frogs? Oh wait, the frog is here. I didn't see this one. Oh yeah, also I have my VC face on like absolute horrendous quality. So there'll be no blinking, no eye tracking. It's just gonna be me moving in slow motion. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What game I've been playing? I've been playing Bloon TD6 a lot lately because of the contesting territory things, the event, and also been loving the game too. After knowing a bunch of knowledge about the game. Right, so loving BTD6 and also this one because, I mean, to be fair, I've been playing this game for a while, right? Come on, crouch! No, you didn't crouch! Hi, McLarge. Hope you're feeling better. I'm definitely feeling better today. Albeit, I had a rough morning, but yeah. All good, all good. I'm feeling much better today. I wonder how much stamina the deer has. Yeah, keep swimming. Yeah, you better keep swimming. I'm coming for your ass. You better keep swimming. I'm gonna get you if you don't swim. That's right. Fear the bold. Oh my god, that deer is such a unit. That deer is such a unit. Oh, pig. Ow. Well, I'm supposed to get my things back. Oh, the door is back. Hide. Hide in plain sight. Oh, look at that deer, clueless. Oh god, I cannot get up. How am I supposed to sneak past this part? How am I supposed to get the dirt with this? I cannot crouch. I cannot crouch. I hit it here. Oh, swim. Okay, no, let's go get back my items first. It's okay. There, and then there's my half-made house right there, I think. Wait, no, this is my snake's half-made house, not mine. Is it half-made or is it broken? I have no idea. This one is pretty close to the Black Forest, I think. Kobold on stream. Wow. Liking my butt. I have a lot of wood now. Oh, I can use a spear? Yes, always. Go boot. I want the spear. I want spear. Can I upgrade the spear? What do I need? Leather scraps and flint. Did I not get leather scrap from that single boar there? Yes, and I cannot lie. I appreciate that. I don't like lying too. Oh my god. Okay. Gosh, I miss listening to all these metal music. Oh. I should get more flint? Question mark? I still haven't get back my items yet, and it's already night. This is bad. Okay, run. 120 stamina, keep running. I love how there's like a bit of a beans going on. Beans. Uh-oh. You want long snoot again? Long snoot. Long snoot. Yeah. Me like he's that long snoot. Very long. Now that snoot is looking mighty tempting. Very boobable, if you will. I wonder if the great dwarf is still there. So I should change. Oh my god. Why is it so scary to me? It sounds like someone is just behind me. Oh my god. There's my item. Oh, did they not destroy my place? Oh, nice.
Emotional damage!
Can I like transfer all? Can I just take everything? I'll take all. Okay, there. I'm full. Oh god. Wait, this is. I don't need this. Are we gonna need something here? Throw this away. Throw this away. Too much wood, I think. What do I need? Ancient seed. I think this one's good. Leather scraps always. Tunic. Wait, they don't stack? Really? Why do they not stack? Okay, this one. I'm carrying too much because of this too little thistle. I'm carrying too much game? Alright. There. Be like this first. Gonna try and finish building this place. Although I'm probably gonna get ambushed multiple times. So I'm gonna be quick about this. It's gonna be one hell of a house. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Let's see, yeah. This one. Whoop. Quickly. Whoop. There. Don't ask, it works. It works. If it works, it works. Oh, see, I'm already getting ambushed. Okay. Ooh, spear's nice. You wanna throw things at me? That's right. Ooh, spear's good. Albeit spear is like very less swungage. Burb? Oh. I cannot talk to Burb. If you kill too much, you'll be... What? Okay. I'm getting ambushed again. There. I saw them. There, nice. It's now supported. Thing here should put one as well. Oh shit. Yep, that works. Try and make like 5 times 5. Yeah, why not? God, this place is very dark. This one's kinda high up. Oh my god, the fall damage is so sensitive.
Hello, Droxen. This is Amazon with your 128 copies of that Dragon magazine.
Oh my god, yes.
Treasure chest. We're at the door and need you to sign off on the delivery.
Oh god, please give it to me. I mean, that dragon, I'm not picky. Even though I do much prefer mom dragons. I'm not picky. I want it. 128 copies. You gotta love the southern Chinese in there. Hey, fuck! Get stabbed. Yeah, I'm strong. Uh-oh. God, this shaman. Really? What am I trying to do? Need to get this quick. Yeah, you can keep healing. Build parries? Build parry? Go prefer Booba more than Mooba? Yeah, true. I do prefer good old Booba. Who's larger? Make large or you? Make large. After I actually discussed this a little bit with Make large. Well, not discussing whether you or Make large is bigger, but like, I'm curious if Make large character is like big or something. But no, actually, it's just a name. And I was like, oh my god, that's kind of that's kind of cute. Me likey. Oh god. Yeah. It's just a name and oh. It's very adorbs though. What? Really? Oh, that's jank. Oh, that's absolute jank. Okay, wait. I can just do this. And... yeah, see, that works. Don't ask. It works. If it works, it works, alright? If it works, it works. I should put one more here, I think. Around... in the middle here. Nice! Ocean regulated builder Kobold. Ocean regulated, huh? I think I heard of the word Osha before. Oh, fuck. Nice. I think that's all supported. Yeah, it's looking pretty green. Although, why is this one like yellow? Yep, ow. Maybe because it's too high up. Yeah, it's too high up. Also, I'm getting ambushed again. Dude, let me build, you piece. Alright, Barnaby, what's up?
Emotional damage!
Yeah. Ow. I'm fine though, don't worry. I'm stonk. Haven't done it in a while. The clip. Really well timed. What is really well timed? Pretty green. Uh-oh, my PC is like dying. Yep, ow. Maybe because it's too high up. Yeah, it's too high up. Also, I'm getting ambushed again. Dude, let me build, you piece. Alright, Barnaby, what's up?
Emotional damage!
Yeah. It is pretty well timed. You're right, oh my god. You piece. Yeah, please don't jump when I'm that high up. It's a roof? Oh yeah, I need to do that. How many more wood do I have? Not much, I assume? Yeah. I need to craft this first. Let's put it far behind, because why not? Store the things first. You know, the things I'm not using. Put it in. What is this? I'm throwing it away. I'm taking resin. I don't need stones for now, I think. Putting this in. I have the meat. Let's put this one away. I can eat the meat. I'm not gonna eat honey because I feel like honey I can make something good with this if I remember correctly, because I played this game a long time ago. Tree antelope pickaxe, and it's looking good. Yep, okay, let's go cut down some trees. Let's commit some deforestation. Deforestation. Day 20. We did it. Day 20. I'm the best survivor bold. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That was a tough tree. Also, I love that the game has like a new attack for axes, so that the stump like this will not get stuck on the ground. You can get rid of it by doing this. This is a new attack. At least for the last time I played, it doesn't have this. So I have a lot of stumps that's like hiding in the ground, and it just keeps blocking me. But now I can just get rid of them by using this attack. Oh god, I'm getting raided! I'm actually getting raided! Oh no, oh no, oh no, why now? Oh god, why now? Why? Run! Run! This is bad, this is bad, this is so bad. Oh my god, I'm lagging. Yeah, I need to get the shaman first. Yeah, they heal. God, I almost got the shaman. I need to get the shaman quick. Because the shaman can heal. Okay. Why? Keep running for now. Oh my god, that's a lot of them. Oh no. What's the secondary attack for spear? Oh no, that's a big one. I should honestly just run. I should book it, run for it. I cannot fight all of them. I'm not ready for this. Either. Yeah, Bird, what do you have to say? I wonder if I can do this. Furniture, no. Shit, I don't have wood! I don't have stone, sorry. Oh god, I need stones. Should have brought stones, don't I? I need to kill them somehow. I'm dead. Oh! Okay, don't mess the biggins. I mean, I'm not even like well rested. Goddamn shaman, stop! I'm dead. Yep. Yep. I'm not built for this yet. Maybe if I have a bow? Nah, who needs bow? I don't need bow. Alright, time to go back again. Here. Atheist still needs 5 minutes, oh god. Well, let's slowly go there, I guess. Under the death. The forest goddamn moving over there. Okay, delete that. How long is the forest gonna move? Yes, hi. Must have lay siege on your camp from time to time. Strength of arm does not guarantee a victory in these situations. Build a strong defense to weather out the storm. Well, the thing is, I was building, Burb. I was building and I got destroyed. I was in the middle of my buildage. I was supposed to use campfire to kill them, but I don't have stones, so too bad. Because I know for a fact that fire damage in this game is very strong. Like the damage over time things, poison, fire, these are the two that I know so far are pretty strong, not gonna lie, they are very, very strong. So like, I was trying to make campfire, but I don't have I don't have stones. Bones? Are you gonna reanimate? No? There's some coin. Some pigs. I'm gonna quickly run back to my place. The forest is still moving. That sucks. I just need to take my things back. I can take care of you. It's so sad how there's no like unarmed damage. upgrade, or like just punching damage upgrade in general. This game doesn't have that. If there is, you bet your ass I'm gonna just punch the shit out of everything. I love punching. And violence is kinda great and fun. Ooh. That's not bad. Yeah, pretty sure my previous character was here before, but someone just didn't take that one single chest. Is it still moving? Yes, it is. Alright. Well, I'm just trying to get my things back. Yeah, they're still there. Come on, YouTube. God damn. I just want to listen to music. Did they run away? Okay, good. Just take my things real quick. Here they come. Oh, Sprig, hi! Oh my goodness. How are you doing, Sprig? I saw you were playing Valheim as well. Dragon 4111, thank you. Release the Hargonaut. Oh, I've been hugged. Fellow Kobold, how you doing? How's Valheim? How's Valheim? Oh wait, I messed up. Okay, let me do this real quick. Welcome everyone. My name's Tira, I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games, and I do art occasionally. What's good? Always doing open invite on Sundays. Oh yeah, it's still Sunday over there. Oh, that's weird to me. Because it's already like, it's Monday 1:45 PM here. Yeah. How's open invite Sunday? How was it? I mean, I just started playing this game not too long ago, and I just got destroyed by the forest is moving. The forest is moving and it killed me. Hi, Bucket Lamp. Why cheesecake? I should run. I should totally run, should I? Yeah. Yep, that's bad. I don't like those sounds. Why? Why though? Why though? I'm just trying to live. I'm just trying to live. Oh my god, I'm getting sniped. I'm so bad. Oh, it's 2 in the morning for you? Oh god. Much head speedy though with fever. Oh god. I wish you a speedy recovery, Sprig. Why the shaman? Why the shaman? Oh god, I still got hit by that. I got poisoned to death. I guess I have to abandon this place for now. And come back when I'm stronger. Hi Solar. Me when people find out I stole their toes. How are you stealing toes? Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Let me just run back there. Hello. No idea where I am, but I know how I got here. Oh, Gelly Gloop. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Toes are tasty. Don't eat toes. Jelly. Oh, jelly. Oh, I see. Crunch. Why? Like gelatin on gelato. Ah, okay, okay. Can I parry fist? I can. Punching is great. I guess I'm just gonna go take my things and run away for now. Yeah, don't fight the forest is moving because I'm not ready. I don't even have a bow. How do I make a bow? Oh yeah, also I just got rid of Eikthyr yesterday. And I got the power of Eikthyr. I can just keep running. I pretty much just burned Eikthyr to death using the torch. Oh, you know what I should do? Oh, you know what? I think I know what I need to do. It might cause some PC problems, and I hope my PC doesn't explode if I do this. But I think I can just keep making campfires. Yeah, I think I can just keep making campfires and try to burn them all. I'm gonna try. Okay, let's get back and get some stones. I'm so glad they optimized this game though, because I remember last year I played this game. Oh yeah, I played this game when I stream, and then my PC is just like, no, please stop. The game is running like ass, even if I have like all the settings on low. But now I have this kind of setting, and it still works. And I was like, oh wow, they really optimized the game, did they? And I'm very happy because now I can play this game without much issue. Alright, where the stone? Here. This should be enough. I should make a... but...
Emotional damage!
Yeah. I should make a bow. Bow. Here. I need so much leather scraps? Do I need to kill all the pigs? Oh god. But the pigs are so rare. Hammer. Tree wood. I think I have a few wood outside. A few wood stacks actually. I don't know why I can stack them like this. Can I get wood like this? Can I get my wood stack? Can you give it to me? Oh, okay, nice. Okay, make a hammer. And I just keep... This is good, right? This is good. No. Now I can just keep making campfire and burn them. That's the plan. I'm gonna do it. I just hope this works. I just want to get back my place. The forest never stops. Why? Getting bullied. I kind of want to just save my Eikthyr power, so when I'm trying to like keep running while burning them with campfires. Although I never did this before. I think I need to like craft a campfire on their legs so that it will work, I think. I'm gonna try anyway. Oh. Yeah, let's try it. Blocked. Blocked. Invalid placement. Invalid placement. Wait, maybe I have to be like in front of them. Yeah, like that. Oh yeah. If it works, it works. Okay, I definitely gonna need a lot more stones than that. Since each campfire is like 5 stone, 2 wood, yeah, I'm gonna need more stone than wood. Gonna gather any stone I can find. You know what I fear is that even though I have such a good plan, and then if I go there, I still die. It's like, oh. Oh. Delete this. Yeah, they're still there. Does the forest not stop moving until I kill all of them? Oh god, take all. That works. I'm carrying too much! Wait a minute. Throw it away. Oh god. Put it. I cannot move. I cannot move. What am I doing? Well, that did not cross my mind. Oh, I should have thrown away the extra wood, I think. But if I throw away wood, I cannot make campfire. How? Okay, wait a minute. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna run there. Okay, maybe don't take too much stones and wood. Since I have the stones and wood in my my corpse in game, should be fine. Just gonna run there and take things. I wonder if there's gonna be like... Can I cook something in this game? Instead of just like eating raspberries and... I mean, I technically I can. I've been cooking like the pig meat, the pork. I've been cooking pork, cooking venison. Maybe I can cook something better than that. I cannot believe it too. I'm just trying to get copper. And then the game's just like, the forest is moving. And then it's almost nighttime. Oh god. Although honestly though, a little bit unrelated, but listening to bullets per minute is making me kind of want to play bullets per minute. Okay, take the things and run. Okay, which one? I think it's that one. take it and run, take it and run. Carrying too much. I can still, yeah, I can still make it. Alright, let's try this. I can make 25 campfire. Right, here they come. It doesn't do damage to them? Wait, why are you not taking any damage? Are they like not afraid of fire? Question mark? Oh, oh, what? You were thinking about it? Yeah, that's right. Nice. This is so stupid. Oh, I missed. Okay, I can get back materials like this. This is so stupid. Yeah, okay. Oh, I killed one, I killed one, I killed one. Yes, keep burning the shaman. Keep burning the shaman. Burn it. Yes, okay. Oh my god, it's actually working. Oh my god, it's actually working. I'm gonna cry. It's so stupid. Oh, oh, oh. No, don't you dare. I'm getting some wood back as well, and I burned myself. I'm gonna be careful. Yeah, y'all better keep running. 8? How many wood do I have left? 6? Oh god. Oh, it's not giving me. It's not giving me back the wood. I should get more wood. Oh, something died. Oh, okay, the forest rests again. Oh, thank god. Okay, okay, now I can slowly take them out one by one. Still can't believe the campfire strat actually works. Hey, man. Uh-oh. Probably gonna need more campfire for this. Oh. That's a bit tough. Step the fire, please. Step the fire, please. I'm all stone and wood. I should burn them manually then. Oh god. This is bad. I don't like how they're waiting for me to attack as well. Oh. I got greedy. I hated you. It's fine though. Look, the forest rests, right? Now I can just do my thing and slowly take them out one by one, alright? Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Or maybe I should... It's nighttime, right? Yeah. Gonna sleep until daytime. You dream of a river running uphill, of green shoots turning downwards into the earth. Green shoots turning downwards? What does that even mean? Alright, 5th time's charm. At least this time, the force is not moving anymore. Keep dying over there. How do you even deal with the biggins? Because when I parry the attacks, it doesn't break their posture, and then they can just keep attacking, which is like kind of tough. Because so far I've been relying on using a shield and parrying their attacks, and then once I parry them, I break their posture, and then I can just deal damage to them. That's basically how I kill everything so far, until I met with the biggins. Maybe it's time to upgrade something. I'm just gonna need copper, isn't it? I mean, I found a few copper deposits. I even marked it down on the map. Beep boo, beep boo. Beep boo. Hi, Magic Greg. Look at that, so many campfire. Just trying to get through the forces moving part. My god. Yeah, that's a big guy. And it's destroying my campfire. Come here, I need your leather scraps. I need to make a bow. If brute force doesn't work, use more bow. I pressed wrong button. Oh, I burned myself. Okay. What's that? Oh, it's the ancient seed. Alright, time to get rid of these campfires before my PC dies. Gonna go teach, have fun. Okay, Barnaby. Good luck teaching. Okay, how many leather scraps? 3? I need more than that. Okay, I need to continue making my house unless it's all gone. Not a single trace is left. My house. Oh my god, they literally destroyed my house. Oh my god. God damn it! Did they? Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that is brutal. Oh, we know it's there. Okay, I was dumb. I legit thought they broke my house. Like, entirely. Glad they didn't. Okay, I should make a campfire. Yes, campfire and... Oh, really? Can I build my house? Can I just build my house? There. Okay. Okay, let's just build my house really quickly now. Hi, Gareth. Oh, welcome to in. Ancient seed. What is there? Flint, ice, bone. Need more wood. Throw this one out. Gonna make a cooking fire, cooking station. Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, the smokes. What does corpse run mean? Why do I have a corpse run on the top right? Oh, yeah, I got smoked. Okay, okay. So it's not a good idea to put things like this, I think? I guess? wood. I should make one more chest, and I'm gonna go get some wood. Like this, and I'm gonna put most trophies here. Plant stuff? Maybe not. Yeah, plant stuff. Plant. Art stuff? Art stuff. Hard things. Throw this away. Resin counts as hard, right? I think. Fun stuff. Animal things. Food. And this. Yeah, it should be fine. And throw this one away. Oh yeah, I need to make a workbench that has a roof on it. Or else I cannot, like... I cannot fix my heckin' axe. Is it done? It's not done. Oh. Right, that's all the cooking stuff. I'm gonna throw all these away. Probably gonna need the extra axe. Once this one's broken, I can just like use the other one. Alright, that's all the cooking. Gonna get all the wood now. Time to commit deforestation. Oh, okay, that's kind of scary. All right, all good. Nice, nice. Oh. Alright, it's broken. Bye. Okay. Are you different? I mean, you look different. It's a tough stump. It's a tough stump. There. Oh. More wood? Log pole, log beam? Sharp stakes? Wait, I got a different kind of wood from pine? Ooh. Yeah, that's a lot of wood. Oh, that's awfully nice. Okay, let's get back. Anyway, I should probably get the workbench working first before anything.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
I am me, Wilson. Oh, I am Wilson, sorry. Hi, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. How are you doing? Okay, let's make it. What is that? Sitting log? Ooh. Can I just stay on this log? Oh. Yay. I want to sit outside. I want to sit on this rock. Can I do it? Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, let's make a basic house. This time I want that thing to face outside. Maybe it's some sort of fortification. Oh, the support is not there. I'm okay, how are you? Good to know you're okay. Was lurking after the raid, came out of the lurk to follow. Oh, thank you. Appreciate. Also, I'm doing good. I'm doing much better now. Oh, maybe I need the log. I mean, since I can make log beams, moisturize, I will. Thanks. Okay, I need 4 meter? Ooh. Wow. Oh. It stink. Oh, that's much better? Yeah, let me just update this real quick. Yeah, that works. This one, probably just one is enough then. Yeah, oh my god, the log beam! A log pole? Wow, it's so nice. Just in time too, honestly. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I need core wood for that. It's a different kind of wood. I think it's fine now. Let me just make a place with roof real quick so that I can use my workbench. Nice too. Okay. Then I can destroy this now. Bang. Let's pull in the rest of the walls first. As for the log pole, I'm probably gonna go get more pine. Go find more pine so that I can get the core wood. And then to give proper support to this little house I have. Oh, it's looking not so good. It's red. This is bad. Can I still put a roof? Here, let's make this. I mean, as much as I want to make it like pointing up, it doesn't want to snap. It's too high up. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Okay. You know what? I'm gonna make this work. That's the first unique fun routine I've heard. I'm glad you think that's unique. I just found some fart noises on YouTube and I just decided to cut them out and use them. Oh, that's so red. You know what? No, this is too much work. Destroy this. I gotta make the same one. See? This works. Oh, I'm out of wood. I should probably make a bed. Which I forgot. Okay, let's go cut more wood then. I mean, now that I can fix stuff. all good. Should be cutting that one. You made it yourself that explains it. I mean, I did not. Well, like it's not like I made it myself. I just found some. I found a video on YouTube that has like, multiple different fart noises in one, and I just like download that video and just like cut all the fart noises. Into how many? I think there's like 110 different fart noises there. Let me double check real quick. Yeah, 110. 110 being there's like a few that I made different. A few of mine. One of them is just me saying fart. I like fart jokes. I don't know why, but they're always so funny to me. Oh, YouTube, please. Okay, good. Most fart redeems are the already made ones that feel really samey. Yeah, true. It's all the reverb one, right? Yeah, it's a reverb one. Although yes, I do have the reverb fart. It's there, albeit altered a little bit. Oh, oh. Yeah, but mostly it's just from like one video. There's like multiple different versions of fart noises. So like every time I hear a fart, every time people redeem fart, it's always a different experience. Alright, let's craft a bed. My house looks like it's on fire. Oh no. From one campfire it makes like one campfire makes it looks like it's on fire. Okay, okay. Alright, let's craft the rest of the things then. Make a door. Make, why not another door up here? Oh. Can you let me sleep in peace? You peace. Fight me, come on, come on. Hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me. That's a lot of them. Is the forest moving? I mean, the force is not moving, but why are there so many? Nice. No. Yeah. Nice. Maybe who doesn't like the fart joke? I know, right? Fart joke's #1. I love fart jokes so much. Oh wait, these are the windows, isn't it? I can make them like a window. Window says door. Oh my god, my brain's so huge today. Okay, please snap properly. Oh no. Oh, 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 please? Can you snap properly? Are you saying because I'm not tall enough that you're not gonna snap properly? Oh my god. Oh, nice. Oh, that is very cursed. Sorry you guys had to witness that. Oh, what broke? What broke? Uh-oh. Nice. Oh my god, and am I getting raided? I just want to craft a bed and sleep. Okay, quick. I already covered the house. It's all good. Furniture, bed. I'm putting it here because there's a fire here. Oh, maybe I should put it like this. There. Sleep. Sleep my night away. Honestly, not the worst thing I've seen on stream. It was actually funny. Oh, nice. Alright, I make this house. Stinky. Trophies. Yeah, let's put trophies in here. Plant things? Animal things? Animal things? Feathers. Wait, this one's supposed to be hard things. Oh, hard things? Hard things. Kobold? I'll put some wood in here. So it's like animal things and food. Oh wait, hard things. I should eat mushroom. Oh, there's a few things. Okay. Get the wood back. And get the wood back. This one? I think it's this one. Please don't break. That's all I ask. I'm gonna get more core wood so that I can support this whole house. With the log pole. I mean, I need a log pole because they are like bigger. Oh, hi Finch. Oh, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. So why is it looking like that? Nice. Now this one, however, I don't know what to do. This? Maybe? Why do you not want to stick? Well, this one you want to stick, okay. If it works, it works. Give him the stick on the door? No? Oh god. Step on it. Oh god. Jump. Another one, another one, another one. Oh, oh, oh! Why am I playing platformer? Oh, there it is. Okay, good. What am I trying to do again? Ah. It is done! I made my house! I saw you about your about section. I'm from Malaysia. Yeah. Saya orang Malaysia. What's it like there? Eternal summer. Oh, I didn't mean to press it. Eternal summer, but honestly very good food. And I'm in the east part of Malaysia, so it's like east part of Malaysia is pretty much more quiet part of Malaysia, whereas West Malaysia is usually the more busy part of Malaysia, like, you know, place like KL, Johor, Selangor. Yeah, those are the places that's more busy in general. Whereas when I'm at in Miri, Miri is pretty much a quiet place in West Malaysia. Even for like in West Malaysia, I'm in the very quiet place of East Malaysia. So yeah. Oh yeah. Also, since it's a multicultural place, you know, we have Muslim, we have Buddha, we have Christian, and we have like Malay, Chinese, you know, multicultural. So that does mean that we have a little bit more that does mean we have more choices in food. You know, there's like you can have Chinese cuisine, you can have like Indian cuisine, you can have like Malay cuisine, baba nyonya, stuff like that. Yeah, food wise it's pretty good. And I like that a lot. Ooh. They use so much stamina? What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, how do I deal with this thing? How do I deal with this thing? Hi, Bone. Get him! Get the bone, not me! Whoa. You bring tidings? Shut the fuck up, bird, not now! Oh, let me bring you there. Keep you busy. Hey, big guy. Over here, there's something of interest to you. I saw something that is shiny. Well, not shiny. Here. Come on, big guy, you're so slow. Oh my god, what is that damage? Get the skeletons, get the shaman. Get all of them, yeah, fight. Oh. Okay, now they're busy. Run. Why here? Why now? Is it chasing me? It sure is. God, I guess I run away too slow. Oh, my PC is like slowly dying here. Gosh, I'm gonna need more stone and wood. I mean, since I can mine things... Uh-oh. Oh my god, can I do things in peace? Oh! Aduh, nak Yamai. Jangan no. Apa kamu buat ni? Ayo. Kenapa? That's so much damage. Yeah, no. They are strong as fuck. Zigzag. S 字形走位. Oh my god, they are relentless. Hey, Grey Dwarf, come here. Fight them. There's something that's chasing me. Yeah, you guys stay here for a bit. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Here, let me introduce you to the skeletons. And let me introduce you to the spooky, scary skeletons, alright? Now you guys fight each other, alright? Have fun, alright? I'm gonna run. Susah sangat ini. Mushroom. Accidental perfect timing on that fart. It happens and I like it. Hi, Mari. And welcome her in. Okay, now I'm just gonna take a big turn and hopefully go back to my base without getting destroyed. by the big blue thing. At least nothing's chasing me now, right? At least now we can get some wood. Maybe I can try get more copper as well. I was in the middle of getting copper and I just got destroyed by a big blue thing. I think this place is too much for my PC. My PC is like, oh please. I'm dying. Ooh! Oh god, I'm stinky. Just woke up sick. Hey, being sick, so today's gonna be fun. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody likes being sick. Sorry to hear that. I hope you speedy recovery. Why is something so laggy? Okay, time to lower something, I guess. This is already like the lowest I can go. I want the game look good though. Level detail medium. Maybe all the medium. Hopefully that works. I mean, I shouldn't be complaining too much, honestly. Like, I used to not be able to even stream and play this game at once. Oh, is it too much fire that's causing the problem? I mean, I heard that this game's fire is pretty unoptimized. I heard anyway. Fun stuff, hard stuff, animal stuff. I should get ready for yeah, let's get some more stones here. But then again, I feel like stones are fine. Bring 40 of them. Just in case I got chased by the big boy again. I'm gonna burn it to death. Gonna use the power of campfire. Yeah, in this game, campfire is pretty strong. Now you can just slowly burn the shit out of them with campfire. I just keep running around. Okay, I should get more wood. Maybe I should really deal with that big blue thing. You know, because that thing is like roaming around the forest. I don't want it to destroy my house. Since my house is like really close to it. I should deal with it. Okay, how many wood? Let me try to get 2 stacks of it. Okay. I'm full, okay. should probably go find the big blue thing. And maybe burn it to death? Can I burn the bones to death? Will bones get burned? I mean, in terms of logic, I don't think they can get burned, but never hurt to try, huh? Come here. Oh yeah, trying to hide. Step on it, step on it, step on it. Yeah. Oh, they can get burned? Oh, nice. You want to step on that campfire? Do you like that campfire? Do you like that campfire? Oh, oh. The skeletons are too fast. Oh, that's right. Missing requirement. Need more stone. Okay, good. At least I know the skeletons can be burned to death. Alright? Now that's a huge discovery. Alright, I saw one of them run away. Still good on wood. Bird? Oh. That's right. Yeah. Delves and dungeons can be found across the 10th world. They are monuments of the past and often most filled with the riches of civilizations long lost. Remember to bring a right source? Does campfire count? I'm pretty sure it counts. A blueberry? Oh! Oh! Let me pinpoint something. Is this a cave? Yeah, I'm gonna say it's a cave. It's a cave. But I'm still gonna try to find the big boy. The big blue boy. Wood cutting 29. Level 20. No! That's a little too close for comfort. That's a tough stump. Oh, wait, I need that. Can I plant trees? Maybe I... Oh my god, this scared shit up. Am I playing a horror game? Alright, where did that bitch go? Scaring a kobold like that? Oh god. Great Dwarf Shaman. I'll stab you to death. I mean, honestly, if I don't see the blue boy... I mean, fuck! What are you trying to do? That's right. Oh yeah, do you like fire? Oh, I'm sure you do. Oh, this guy's too thick. You just step on the fire all day. Oh yeah. Okay, stone's good. Wood still fine. Yeah, I'm not seeing the big blue guy anymore. I think, yeah, I'm good. I can just ignore it and then just get the copper. But just in case, I'm probably gonna get like... have stones with me all the time. Just in case I'm met with the big blue boy again. And I'm ready to deal with it. I'll bring just a few. This one. Do I count this as food? Allows the consumer to quickly evacuate any misplaced meal and start anew. You don't feel so and can't hold your foot down. Health regen, stamina regen, movement speed. Oh, it makes me puke? Oh, buke parries. Oh, okay. Buke parries, I see. Alright, let's sleep. This place seems a little bit dark. I don't like it. I like it when it's bright. Fine, I'll put 1. So that it doesn't lag up too much on my PC. Alright, time to get some copper. I want to make some strong things. Oh, the game is not as laggy now. Oh, is this another cave? Oh, it is. Cave. The copper is here. Yep. That's a huge deposit. Also, don't mind how I don't mind how I'm holding the pickaxe. This is a bit of error on my part. The raw ore needs to be refined in the smelter before you can work it at the forge. To build a smelter, you will need searchling cores. Search for them in the dark places beneath the earth. You're telling me to go caves, isn't it? Well, I mean, I'm glad there's a cave nearby. I guess once I'm done mining all these copper deposits, then I can go. Oh my god. I can go to the caves. Ooh. Whoa. So heavy. I mean, yeah, the deposit is big, but I feel very strong. Each destruction is like a huge chunk of the deposit gone. I mean, this kind of reminds me of playing Minecraft a long time ago. Whereas in Minecraft, I would just be like down below the earth and just like mining away for hours too. I love the game, but after a while, I just kind of feel like I don't know what to do anymore, you know, with Minecraft. So eventually, I kind of stopped playing it. One fork, okay. Time to go back. Wait, did my thing got destroyed? My cooking station? Nah. Gosh, my cooking station. Hard stuff, hard stuff. I can get a lot of stones there. I should just make a stone pile. Oh, stone pile and wood pile? Ooh. There. I can just like put it nearby like this. Oh, this works for stone piles as well? It's an illusion. It looks like there's only one pile, but but actually there's two. I should probably upgrade the workbenches as well. This one need 10 flint. How many flint do I have? 5. Oh god. Oh yeah, also wood pile. Should be fine. Alright. Gonna mine more copper. At the same time, I should find flint. I should find somewhere that's wet. Wet? Is this wet? No, that looks like it's not wet. There's no place that's wet around here, I think. Oh no. I need to find flint. You know what? Okay, today let's go find flint. I just need to go somewhere that's wet. Also, I'm gonna try to get the dirt. Oh, no wonder. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh. Trying to run away from me? Oh, there's no running away from the bold. Stab! I did it. Wow, that feels good. Alright, let me go this way and see if I can find any flint. Yeah, that's a snowy area. Ooh, I don't think I can go there. If I go there, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die of cold. I didn't know flint could be this rare? Question mark? Is flint supposed to be rare? I mean, maybe it's not like rare. Oh. Stink. Stink. Alright, here's my weird ass. This is my weird place. Although I do know that here has a lot of flint. I should just go there. Nick? Oh, water? Oh, nice. Okay. Hydration is key, very important. Oh, I didn't see that, sorry. Maybe I should add like a sound effect to the hydration redeem. I just need to miss that a lot. Alright, I'm gonna hydrate. Hydration is indeed the key. All good. Thankies. Yeah, all this music is making me want to play BPM. I miss playing it. Maybe I should play someday. Ah, okay. Time to get some flint. Can I throw my spear? This is a secondary attack. Maybe I can. Never tried it. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna walk down from here. Or actually drop down. Sliding! Oh! Whoa! I'm so good? That dealt like 50 damage or something. That's a lot. That does mean I don't need the bow anymore. Since I can throw a spear. Maybe I should play a little bit of Tekken today. You know, all the games that I played back then. Kinda want to play them back. It's been a while. Especially Tekken. Fun fact, right? Fun fact. Tekken is like the first game that I ever streamed here on this channel. I used to be only like Tekken exclusive streamer. I only play Tekken, and then that changed. That changed very quickly. Once I started playing Kill Instinct and I started playing Damn Spring Hurts. So I was like, okay, maybe not Tekken exclusive, maybe just like fighting games in general, right? I play fighting games, a lot of them. And that went on for another few months. And then I started playing other games as well, like Kill It With Fire. That's like the first other game I play on my stream. And after that I was like, yeah, it's fun to play all kinds of games. And after that point, I just slowly became a variety streamer. So yeah, I used to be just fighting games in general. You know, Dragon Ball Fighters, Killer Instinct, Tekken, Damn Spring Hurts, yeah, all those fighting games. Not saying that I'm not playing fighting games anymore. I still play them, but way less lately. Come here. Uh-oh. The days go by quite quickly in this game, don't it? Looks like it's already almost night already. It's so fast. I don't even have a stack of flint. I only have like 16. Ugh. I don't think 16 is a lot. Oh, they gave me a lot of deer hide and deer meat. Whoa, that one single deer? I didn't hunt any other ones, right? Yeah, no, there's only one. And they gave me like 5 deer hide. Oh. So I realized that fruit in general gives more stamina. But mushroom is like balanced. And then meat gives more health? Yeah, a lot more health. I like this. Okay, good. Oh, so much. Oh, fire arrow. Maybe I should bring a stack with me. So much mushroom. So much flint. I'm taking those. The flints. I'm stealing. I'm stealing. Stack breaker. I need 5 deer trophy for this? Oh, weird. Deer trophy and leather scraps. 20 core wood. That looks like a very fun weapon. Oh, there it is. I have. I mean, my previous character has. Okay. So I have core wood over at my place. Get some honey. Yeah, and there's like a bunch of copper here. 2 caves, I can find the whatever core that is. I have a few flint now. Yeah, let's get back. Oh. I never really look at the sky in this game. Yeah. Like, Coffee Stain always has such an interesting style to their games. Even in Deep Rock Galactic. Something about their style is so... What's the word? Mesmerizing? Is that a word? Yeah. It's beautiful. Oh. I cannot believe it. I want to relax a little bit. You know what? Let's listen to some jazz. To me, it's always either jazz or rock. Weird. Rock? No, not really. Just rock in general. Jazz or metal. This one sounds good. This is nice. This is very nice. Okay, good. Sometimes you're just gonna have a bit of a change of pace sometimes. Have a change of pace. Listen to different music. Look, as much as I want to listen to classical pieces, I can't. because last time I listened to, like, I dedicated a stream to just listening to classical music, classical pieces, you know, and then just like, I treat it as a bit of a test, right? I tested, and I regret it very badly because my stream is like muted pretty much 75% of my stream, right, of the VOD. Like, I don't know if the VOD is still there, but if the VOD is still there, there's like an art stream where I just listen to I listen to classical pieces like the whole stream, pretty much the whole stream, and the VOD is like 75% muted because they're like, oh, this classical pieces it is copyright material. But then again, you know, the composer of that certain classical pieces is like so long ago. Know what I mean? It's like, how do I say this? Like, the composer of that certain classical pieces, let's say like Tchaikovsky. Like, Tchaikovsky is not even here anymore. Like, Tchaikovsky's music is like so long ago, right? But then there's like a random orchestral team that's just like, oh, we played that piece before, we performed it, even though you are not listening to our recording, we are still gonna copyright it. It's like, okay. So yeah, avoid, right? Avoid. Like, I'm a huge sucker for classical music pieces. I love them to bits. But man, man. Uh-oh. God. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you. Come here. Come here, bitch. That's right. That's right. Keep running. Keep running. That's right. Oh my god. That is right, baby. Don't even try me. Right, time for sleepies. And dream only of darkness. Is that bad? Sometimes I feel like sleep without dream is like okay-ish. It's not necessarily bad. Yeah, I feel like sleeping without dreams is like not necessarily bad. I think that's like a deep sleep. And I think it's actually not bad. Personally, anyway. Doodle hide, leather scraps, trophy, hard stuff. Trophy, hard stuff, meat, foob. Foob. So much raspberry. Buke Parrish. Mushroom. I'll keep mushroom, but I'll store the necktail. Yeah. Although with flint, can I upgrade? Chopping block, 10 wood, 10 flint. Okay. 10 wood, 10 flint. I'm just gonna put it outside. Probably a bad idea. but I'm gonna do it anyway. Gonna get destroyed so fast. No. I'm putting it inside the house. Look, the house I made is pretty big. All right, it's fine. Unless I can put it in some like very janky place. Oh no! Oh no! Wait a minute. Oh god. Yep. Dear heart, 20 leather scraps. Oh god. 20? How? One leather scraps. Resin, 2 leather scraps. Deer hide, bone fragment. Stone axe. Rack tunic, leather scraps, leather pants. I need bone fragments and deer hide. A lot of bone fragments and deer hide. Uh-oh, I'm being raided. Well, not really raided, but... Oh. Bitch. Oh yeah, I need core wood. Let me get this leather scraps and stuff. Upgrade my spear. Oh yeah, and bone fragment, hard stuff. Parry bonus 4 times? How about the shield? Only 1.5? Oh! I don't know what this means. Block force 10. Of course, shield's gonna have more block force. Yeah, 25. Block armor 12. 2. Oh, backstab 6 times. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. But again, the parry bonus is... looking delicious. You know what? Let's play this. I love a good old connive. Alright. Maybe I don't even need the shield anymore. Let's make another furniture box. Now this one is all for equipment, I guess? Yeah. I wonder if there's like a way to like destroy throne items. This can last for a while. Very, very nice. Gosh, I feel like I could just play this game for a whole day. I seriously just love... I love games like this. What do you call these? Crafting survival games? Like, I spend almost 1,000 hours on Ark Survival. Because it has like... There's dinos, I love dinos. But then there's like mods to put... There's mods to put dragons in the game, it's like, oh my god. It just makes me play the game even more. Oh boy. Oh, I'm gonna parry you. That feels good. So I think the parry bonus 4 times is like against the stamina bar, I think. So it's more likely to stagger them with parries with a knife. Oh, it's almost like Dark Souls. Like the parrying dagger. This game is just like Dark Souls. This is bad. Hey. Oh! That feels so good. Oh boy. Oh yeah, there's also Stack Breaker. Oh, there's too many weapons of choice. Oh. Kinda liking knife now. Oh. Okay. I have core wood. I can make a core wood stack? Ooh! Well, that's awfully nice. Okay, how do I stack you together? Can I put above you? No. Can I stack together with you? Oh no. Ah, feels like that's a no on that one. Oh. I'll take it. Let's make a stack breaker. I think I need core wood. Deer trophy. And leather scraps. Or deer hide. Let's just take all of them out. Yeah, there it is. Ah, leather scraps. I can upgrade stack breaker. That's a lot of items. 2 more deer trophy. Bone fragments. Don't think I have that. Put back the flint. Put this one away. Core wood and wood. Alright, I think... Let's go get more copper. Oh. Oh. Spooky, scary skeleton? Come here. Oh! Okay. That is like... that is like uber strong. Well, I know what to use against bones then. Alright, let's continue destroying this copper deposit. Although I have to wonder, because so far the backpack is like, the weight is only like 300. Is there a way to bring more items with me? Or like, yeah, being able to carry more items. Like more items, more weight. Gosh, that would be nice. Oh. I don't... That's so far away. How did the deer even see me? I'm so far away. I just realized I'm looking at the feet. It looks so janky. It's always the feet looks so janky. Most likely because the game doesn't support digidegrade legs. You know, humans have plantigrade legs. And most of the model I made are, well, digidegrade legs. Which can make the game looks quite janky. Totally understandable. Well, I can still get so much more? Yeah. Not seeing the big blue boy for a while. My strat works. Oh. I have extra. Oh. I'm full? Can I just throw away the stones? Yeah, I can. Okay, then let's get more. I mean, yeah, since I'll be doing this a lot, stones will be easy to get. Yeah, stone will be easy to get. Very easy. 24. 24 240. Wait, each copper ore is like 10 weight. Oh my god, that's so much. Okay, let's go back. I don't think I can take any more. All right, here we go. It's so close to my base as well. I'm so glad that I don't need to run so long just to get to another copper deposit. But then again, this deposit is almost gone. Oh, Breen! Hi, Breen! I saw you were playing what is it? What of Steel again? Waves of Steel? Hi! Got left behind. Wait, what? The dog just got left behind. Wave of Steel is great. Nice. Oh. What do you do in Waves of Steel? Is it like a... I saw you were playing with a bunch of friends there. It's like a co-op game. Yeah, much love. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate. Also, let me moisturize real quick. I'm gonna refill my... my bottle is empty. Need to go refill. Unless you build your own ships and playing goofy ship battles. Oh, build my own ship? Goofy ship battle sounds good. Earlier I was playing N-Beat, Pulsar with Drip Snake, Coda, and Ferret. Oh, nice. I saw you've been playing Pulsar for a while. It looks like a fun game. Also, welcome in everyone. My name's Tira. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games like this one. And I'm just chilling today. Gonna do a lot of chill, a lot of low energy chill streams lately. It's great. I don't even have chest space. I got too many things. Oh, I need level 3. I only have level 2 workbench. Leather scraps 5. I don't see any more pigs. Like I need all those leather scraps, but I'm not seeing any. And since I have like a stack of copper ore, I need to find smelter. I should go delve in caves now. Since I'll be going in cave, I think stack breaker. Like this weapon is the way to go. That's a huge bonk. Oh, I'm thinking of gold. Did I just hear footsteps? No? I hope I was wrong. Oh. Stack breaker. Bonk. Bonk. That is right, baby. You're too weak for stack breaker. Alright, going in. Burial chambers. I don't like that. There's so many weird noises. Oh my god. Actually very spooky. Oh, I'm cheating. Oh, you know I'm gonna do this. Easy. Oh my god, that deals so much damage. Bone Tower Shield. This is like small Kobold but big strong. Ruby? Ooh. The cave is like too small. Like, this is the problem with caves, because they're trying to make the cave so small to a point where the character is gonna cover the character is gonna cover 75% of the screen, which honestly makes the cave dwelling kind of sad and hard. See, something like this, like, what the book am I supposed to look at? There's no first person mode as well. There's a Mario Chamber. Mario Chambers. Mario Kart. I used to play the Wii version of Mario Kart. It's so much fun. Bonk. No? Alright. What's that? Ember Pearl? Is that the thing? That's the thing. Yep, I need smelter and charcoal kiln. Okay. Bonk. No? Alright. Oh. Bonk! Don't get near me! No touchy! No touchy! Oh god! Get out! Don't even try it. Alright, we good. I think. Whoa. There's nothing here. Oh, there's a chest. I still hear like some sort of a bone noises. No, I still kind of hear a spooky, scary skeleton here. Oh. Oh. And what the fuck? How big is this place? Alright. Just need to make sure that I'm safe. Wow. Oh. Oh, I saw some weird shit in the on the next door. Saw some weird purple light there. Can I break this? That's a no on that one. Door? Uh oh. No! Get out! No! Dude, stack break. Strong! Nothing's here? Good. Alright. Yep. Oh, it's a ghost? What the fuck? I'm closing it. Whoa, that's a really tough ghost. I kill a ghost! The Elder? Oh. Oh, that's not so far. Alright. That's actually really close. Which is also bad because I remember how big Elder is. Which way again? I don't think it's this way. Oh boy. Oh, it's here. Okay, okay. Sure? Oh shit, I'm too late. I'm gonna ignore that thing. Are you stuck? Oh, you're not stuck. Okay. Can I make a charcoal kiln and or a smelter? Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, I don't think fighting here is a good idea. Let's just run. Sleep away the night. I love how the game just tells you good morning. Good morning, game. Oh my god, I don't have enough chest space. I need more chest space. Yellow mushroom? 30 stamina? Whoa. That's a lot of stamina. I'm getting a bunch of bone fragments. Oh! Oh, that's how I get bone fragments! That's awfully nice. Okay, here. Oh, hard stuff. And ruby? Oh, maybe jewelry? I'll put hard stuff here. Jewelry? Now I'll just put like random shit here. random stuff. I can't really eat yellow mushroom. I'll store the mushroom then. I don't need those. Oh yeah, I need the core. This thing. Can I build something with it? No. I need 5 for each? Okay, that's a little bit much. Wait, if I only get one for each cave? Whoa, that's hard. I only get one for each cave. How many caves does the game expect me to do? Gosh. Okay, you know what, guys? I need... Oh boy. I need to go to the toilet for a little bit and also refill my water bottle. So while I need some milk, probably. Probably gonna need some milk, but maybe not. Here, I'm gonna go toilet a little bit. Also refill my water. Okay, let's see. Toilet brick. Toilet brick. Doop. I'll put it here. Toilet brick. Now you guys can look at this while I go toilet and also refill the water. I'll be right back real quick. What's going on? Ugh. What's going on? The model is doing things. Thread display flexing on this. Are you doing crunches? She's going. Look at her. Wait, what? Am I missing? What's going on? Hey! I'm doing crunches? Oh, I think I know what you mean. Oh, yeah. Woo. Yeah. Sometimes the camera does do weird things. The camera, you know, since my camera is like... Step away from the camera and watch it. Alright. I'm gonna try it. Here, let me disable the toilet break. I'm away. Oh, there was something. Oh, there it is. Come on, do it again. Do it again. I'm out here doing crunches. Oh yeah. Why? The camera does weird things. I think the camera sends... Yeah, it's the ghost, right? There's something... There's something that I cannot see, but the camera can. It's just a ghost doing workout. Don't worry about it. The ghost is being healthy. And stonk. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the ghost is trying to be swole. What do I want to do again? Oh yeah, I already done... Did I do this one? Did I do this one? I think I did this one, right? If I did this one, then... Cave... Done. Here, let's go double check. Don't you love it when game rewards you for doing the most mundane things? Hey, you ran. Congrats. Here's an achievement for you. Level up. What did I get? My run just got level up? Wow. I love it when game does this. You know, they have like run level, jump level. Part of the fun of Elder Scrolls. Ooh, I never played that. Speaking of, the game is now on discount. I could probably buy it. Oh! Oh god, I wasn't ready. No, I cannot make a campfire. I don't have stones. I don't have stones. Get stones, get stones. Alright, I can lead the big blue boy here. Oh no, come on, blue boy. Come here, blue boy, you little shit. Come here. Come here. Don't even... Are you trying to get to my base? Where are you trying to go? Yeah, come here. Chase me. I'm here. Oof. Yeah, you're almost there. Yep, you almost got it. You got it. Hey guys, I brought friend. Have fun. Wait, are they all aiming for me? Oh fuck. That didn't work as I intended. Aren't they gonna... Don't they fight each other? Oh god, this is bad. Wait, I thought they fought... I thought they fight each other. Well, that's just sad. Yeah, they don't fight each other. I cannot believe it. Your acrobatics has increased to 10. Acrobatics? I could just like do spins? Stab! Get stabbed! Oh yeah. Knife is good. Okay, since now I kinda know where the blue boy is. Let's go get stones and wood. Actually, a lot more wood. And burn the thing to death. Yeah, I need a lot more wood than this. Hydrate now? Well, I can get another hydrate. Hell yeah. Wait, where's my bow? What a good. Oh. This is a pretty strong stone axe. I'm gonna commit deforestation. All your wood belong to me. That was kind of scary. I just hope I don't get the forest is moving event again. I don't think I can handle that. I mean, I can. I just need to like build campfire and kill all of them. Okay, how many wood? One stack. One stack of wood. I'll get a little bit more than one stack. And then I'll get one stack of stone because I can get back the stones but not the wood. If I were to destroy the campfire. I should put back the core wood. Maybe I should just eat this. Maybe I should just eat this. Blueberry, resin, hard stuff. The eyes, heart stuff. Stone. I need 1 stack of stone. I can get a few more. It's fine. Mushroom. Nah. Pine cones? Here. So I'm gonna take this one. Wait, no. I'm gonna put this one here. Might be a little bit weird, but it's okay. And then feathers. Feathers here. Okay, let's go get a little bit more stone, and then gonna get ready to get rid of the heckin' the blue boy. Need to get the blue biggins. I mean, I'm pretty sure letting it step on the fire is quite an easy task, so long as it doesn't destroy too much of my campfire, and I can just keep getting my stones back. Okay, how many stones do I need? 5. 5 stones. Destroy some on the floor then. Gosh, I just need 2 more. This one... 1.5... Need 1 more. No. It is 8... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Let's go find the big blue boy. Should be around there. Did I not parry? Huh. Oh no, it spawned the biggins. I'm dead. You... Where did it go? Hey. My ears itch. Oh yeah, how about the stack breaker? Bonk. I think that's not bad. Oh, the pushback. Oh, you wanna hit me? You need to ask the pushback first, bitch. Oh god! I'm sorry, I shouldn't have talked shit. Shaman? Oh no. I hate it here. Why am I suddenly doing this? Oh! I'm supposed to fight the big blue boy. Gosh, where did it go? I don't want to, like, you know, in the middle of my mining, and then I met with the big blue boy again. I'm not gonna be ready for that. And carrot seeds? Oh, footstep. Wait, what was the screen shake just now? I got you baited? I got you baited by the screen shake? I hate it. It could not have gone far. Well, not as far back as in the meadows, I think. I don't think the big boy is gonna be roaming around the meadows. Yeah. It's gone. Also, there's another copper deposit. Copper. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. This is how you hunt, right? Ugh. Hater. What? Well, that is kind of cool. I cannot find the big blue boy anymore. That's a lot of wood. This place looks clean. Probably because the big blue boy just destroyed the whole place. Don't go, don't go. Sorry, I didn't mean to punch you. Oh god. No, come back. I didn't mean to punch you. Come back. Thank you. That's one way of getting deer hide. Oh, copper deposit just here? Ooh, what? This is the closest one by far. Oh no. Oh, it's a small one. Hi. You wanna hit me? Sleep. I can honestly just play this game for the whole day. I am very easily addicted to games like this, you know, survival crafting games. It's kind of what yeah. It's kind of my jam. Bonk. You bonk me with E? Fair. Fair. Oh. Carrot seed? Carrot seed. Carrot seed. It's full. How many chests do I need for all of these? Am I hoarding? Is that why? Am I hoarding things? I might be. Put arrows here. Alright. Okay, now for real this time, let's go for the cave. Imagine the giant blue boy is here. I will actually cry. Because I stored all my wood and stone. Wow, ayam eh. Stinky. Ooh. Knife is good. I like a bit of a stabby stab. Although for bones, I think I need to bonk him. I should be sleeping as late as it is for me, but I can't fall asleep. Oh. Honestly, I feel that. It happens to me a lot. Ow? Happens to me a lot as well. I understand. But still, maybe I want to try listening to some sweet jazz to fall asleep? Question mark. I mean, that helped me. I don't know. I don't know if it works for you. Seems safe. They could definitely make the cave dwelling a little bit better than this. Because my god, the place is too small. Like, the cave's too small to a point where my small... This kobold, I make it so small. Like, the size of this kobold is like 0.13. And then it still like cover up pretty much the whole cave. It's like, huh. Bong. Nice. Bong. Oh yeah? Bong. Bong. Activating Game Shark. I think I'm fighting against a ghost, am I? Yeah, like, look at this. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Oh, what? Oh, that's kind of cool. They connect. Stinky. What am I destroying? Oh, just another door. Actually, no, I don't need the arrows. I'm gonna spook the ghost with something. Using a fart noise? How bold. I like that. Oh god. Yep, Ooh, breathe. Mega stink. Oh, what's that? Evil bone pile? Evil. No evil. Super shirt. Super shirt. Looks safe to me. Oh, wait. That is right, baby. This is such a good weapon. Albeit slow, but the AoE, Well, I just need circling core. Do you not have any? If only I can see anything. Like, it's not because the place is dark. I mean, yes, it is dark, but goodness, it's too small. Like, imagine people with claustrophobia, they will cry playing this. Whoa, there's a bottom floor? Oh my god! That's new. Can I make a torch? Yes, I can. Let's make another torch just in case. Change this one out. Wow, second floor, eh? Ay! Bong. 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 That's pretty good. Wait, what? That's it? There's nothing here? I'm upset. I thought there's gonna be like some super secret here. Guess not. Then it's left with this. Bone. spooky. This is quite a big cave. What can I say? Yeah, finally some space. My god. Uh-oh. Don't don't. Bonk. Bonk. Nice. Eat. Oh my god, this is so painful. At least I survived. That's a little bone fragment. Oh my god. Wonk. Wonk. What's hitting me? Oh shit. Oh wow. Oh, is it the evil bone pile? That's why it keeps spawning? Oh, it is. Okay, okay. Oh my god, I hate it. Bonk. Get bonked. Nice. Alright, it is gone, I think. Oh! Oh my... Oh! Oh, it's so worth. I thought each cave is gonna only give me one circling core. And the game is like, nah, let me give you 4. Oh my god. 4 circling cores? Wait, that means I can make a smelter now. Yeah, I have one at home. That's so much. Oh yeah, that is big Pog moment. Also, there's this door still. Ooh, something in there. Yeah, had a feeling because the damage is like it's not yellow. Oh, this is a really nice cave. Alright, back to small place. Alright. I still hear noises, but I think... Yeah, I think that's everything. I think the noise is just like the cave's ambience. Yeah, it could be just the cave's ambience. Let me destroy this real quick in there. Super shard. Ay! You shit. Bonk. That is right, baby. Don't even try it. Can I cut the trees with this? Oh, unrealistic. Unrealistic. I cannot dagger. I cannot knife the tree. Oh, wow. I cannot believe it. I'm back with more Sterling core. think jewelry. Where's the jewelry? This one, right? I'm gonna count Slittling core as a jewelry. Just throw this away. Coins? Yeah. Bones? 50 bone fragments? God, I'm rich. We're rich. Oh yeah, with bone fragments, I think I can upgrade a bunch of stuff, question mark? Yeah, like this one. Leather pants. Stone axe needs 4. Needs 3. Oh, these all needs 3. So I need more leather scraps. Stack breaker needs 3 as well. What do I need? This one. 15 flint, 20 leather scraps. 20! I don't see pigs around here. You're expecting 20 leather scraps? Oh my god, game. Come on. Really? I'm not even seeing pigs around here and they're telling me that you need 20 leather scraps. Am I just gonna annihilate the whole existence of a boar? Like I see boar, I kill. Oh wait, let me check the smelter. $20 stone, all right. I'm gonna put it outside. Let's put smelter. That's a big one. Put it this way. Or can I put it somewhere janky? No? Oh. Got him. Hi, Burb. Deposit a raw ore in this furnace and it will melt away all impurities, leaving you with a bar of refined metal to work at the forge. You will need coal to fuel the smelter. This can be produced by building a kiln and loading it with wood. So I need both. I need 5 more Stirling core. I don't have a coal. What? I'm gonna cry. Can I just still deposit it still? Can I still deposit it still? I don't really call. Okay. Yeah, I need coal. Sad noises. Guess I need to find more caves. Let's sleep first. Sleep. So I think I need to upgrade. Since I need to upgrade the workbench, I need to find a lot more leather scraps. So I think it's time to just roam around meadows and hopefully find boar. It just destroys them. to even find boars? No, God, I'm too late. Fine. Like, I see so much more dirt than boar. I'd rather call them pigs. Pig. Where's the deer? Oh, there it is. Alright, don't move, buddy. I'm coming your way. Something saw me, but it's not the deer. It's probably the grey dwarf. Yeet! That's how you hunt, right? Yeah, you don't need a bow. Oh wait, you're aiming for me. Pig! Oh my god! Oh,
And welcome.
the bear jar. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Hmm. Hope you're doing good, bear jar. Do I need the bear trophy? A boar trophy? Maybe not. I don't want it. Alright, how to find more boars? I have no idea. I need a lot. And I mean a lot of leather scraps. I need 20 leather scraps. Insane. I should keep running this way. Environment? Good to know. Good vibe. Me too does love some good vibing as well. Something aiming for me? Is something aiming for me? I don't need that. I'm hearing so many deer, but not pigs. Now I can get so much deer hide, but not leather scraps. Am I the only one who's suffering from this problem? Am sneaky. You know, the whole reason why I'm not making a bow is the bow requires leather scraps, and I need leather scrap for something else. So that's why I'm just not making any making a bow for myself. Oh, under the one. See? So many deer, but not a single pig to be seen. I want leather scraps. Meat. I'm hearing deer again. Wait, I'm supposed to get I'm supposed to get leather scraps. All I get is deer hide. Well, one leather scrap is what I got. I tried. Oh, saw it. Get him! Whoa. Time Twister? Time Twister? With why? Time rate, the time string sends its wolf steer clear of the dumpster fires. Oh god. Hi Carney, hi Time Twister, welcome in. How you doing? Oh my goodness. Here, let me do this real quick. The Moogle Master, hi. Oh, you're playing Jackbox? Wow. It's been a long time since I last played any Jackbox games. How was it? Did you have fun? Zephyr, hi. Oh, Snoop. How are you doing? Welcome in. My name's Tira. I'm a Kobold. And I play a bunch of games. Something like this. And occasionally I do art. You know, art like the model I have. The model you're looking at right now. I made this. So yeah, welcome in. I hope you are doing good. Time string sentence worth. Worth. Fuzzy Otter Pause. Hello, I may not be a kobold, but people know I'm a huge dragon simp. Oh, you and me both. How big, how huge, you may ask? I have a Discord channel. I have a Discord server where the selling point is having a dragon simping corner. So yeah, hey, you and me, we both simp for dragons. This game looks cool. Yeah, this game looks pretty cool. Well, normally this game is like a Viking, and I just saw a mod. I saw a mod where you can put custom models into this game, and I just proceed to do this, and I love this game even more. Hebe, I saw the pouncing on deers, and I was on board to raid. I thought it was same for dragons. True. True. We love dragons here, right? I'm pretty sure everyone loves dragons. Dragons are very simple. Man, a person of culture. I love. Just something about dragons that they're very simple. Sips tea. Gosh, I'm just trying to find leather scraps. You say sip? Oh, sure. I get you, I get you. I actually discovered my sexuality because of dragons. Ooh. Oh, that's really nice. I mean, I don't know about my sexuality still, but at least I still identify as like, you know, only very recently that I realized that I kind of vibe with she/they a lot more. So yeah, it's only recent. Still sort of like, you know, new to all these LGBT stuff. But I support them. No, more power to you. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. That's right. Gosh darn dragons teaching people about Teaching people about themselves. You may not want to encourage Fuzzy unless you want to encourage Fuzzy. Encourage Fuzzy to what? Simp on dragons? Good warning, don't encourage Fuzzy if you don't want him going off the deep end. Oh no. But I mean... It's just simping on dragons. I'm sure it's not gonna be that bad. Going off his deep end, just saying. Ooh. Fuzzy's good bean, just make sure all the good friendship is covered. Oh. Okay, okay. I get it, I think. Ooh. Can't write friendship without fur. Hey, that's true. Oh yeah, I forgot about this janky house they made. Well, house, quote unquote. Very janky house. They look like coops. They do, they do. But this is just like a temporary house for getting this. Minecraft got great graphic update. Well, honestly, I'm not doing this game justice because my PC cannot handle this game running at full. Like, because my PC is like, please don't. Like, I'm running at this setting and it's already like struggling so much. Although it's way better than the last year I tried to play this game, because last year when I tried this, my PC froze and I have to force restart the whole thing. So, yeah, I think they optimized this game a lot, and I'm glad. Now I can play this game, while also interact with you all. Durr. Do kobolds sleep in coops like chicken? I'm not too sure. That's the only coop that I made. A kobold will 110% sleep in a giant coop. Not wrong, I guess. I have my setting on low on games. True, me too. Just to get that smooth as butter 60 FPS thing. Hello? Durr? Get him? Please? Get the Durr? What are you doing? I hate it here. What is this game? Did I just step on the Durr and the Durr didn't know that I'm on top of the Durr until I stood up? Cool. Very cool. Alright. What GPU and CPU are you running? Oh god, I'm not too sure though. I don't know about CPU. Is GPU the 1060 thing? Question mark? Sorry, I don't know much about that. Also, hi Hypnomancy. I wish I console but got a decent laptop recently, but care about the game running and not graphics. Yeah, true. I get that. I want the FPS. Like, so long as I get that smooth performance, I'll rather play the game like Minecraft graphics. That deer deserves to live, but I need meat. I need meat. I imagine like a red Durgan keeping an enclave of like 30 coops housing its kobold servants. Oh god, that's gonna be so adorable though. Big. Give me all the scraps. Dur may be pests, but they're also cute. Are they pests? They're very adorable though. Like my main character is like a hybrid of foxbird deer. I have 4 characters. Like the kobold, this one is like the most recent one, and I feel like I need to have a kobold character since I simp on dragons too much, or honestly never too much. So yeah. I don't know any tech stuff. Heck, I don't even know what brand my computer is. Oh shit, I don't think I know as well. You and me both then. I have a Dur friend and she's absolutely not pest. Yeah, Dur are pretty adorable. Reminds you of a certain game. Oh. You mean there's a game that has like a red dragon and have like multiple coops of kobold? Oh. Ah. Hey, no shame, no shame. I played the game a lot, alright? Look, it's a game about kobolds. I have to play it, alright? No shame, no shame. It's good game, it's good game. I only have the one character, but I want to make a dragon character to explore that. Though a kobold would be extremely fitting. Yeah, I see a couple of culture. Hey, I'm not gonna deny that. Also, yeah, I do have a dragon character as well. So I have a cryptid, I have a dragon, I have a snake, and also a kobold. These are the 4 characters that I have. I'm seeing so many pigs. Good, good. Give me all your data scraps. Give it to me. Oh. You wanna go for a swim?
Hello.
Nice. Fuzzy otter, thank you. Really like that pounce? Yeah, me too. It's really fun to use.
Hello. And welcome.
Uh-oh. If I butcher your name, I'm sorry. Carney. Carney is a dad? Thank you. Appreciate. Oh, I should probably get some flint. Oh yeah. Stretch that bone? Oh yeah. I will. Let me stretch that bone. Yeah. Oh wait, that's a tur? I didn't even see it. You actually got it. Nice. Oh, nice. You know, most of the time I'm just so afraid of butchering someone else's name. Because I did that a lot. Since I whoa. Hi Narix. Since like English is not my mother tongue, so yeah, I butchered a lot of people's name and I kind of feel bad. Looks like a stag. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot a difference between stag and dur. I need to learn English more sometimes. Like my mother tongue is Chinese. So yeah. I'm fucking. I don't know, I just randomly stumbled upon that picture on Twitter. I was like, I'm stealing that. Yo.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Why?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Oh no. Okay, let me pause this music. Oh, get ready. Oh yeah!
You got debated.
Oh my god. Oh shit.
You got debated.
Oh no! There's 2 of them. There's Trevor Fitzner. You cause chaos. You know what? I love a bit of chaos. If you guys can even hear me. Holy shit. I should probably up the debated. I forgot how long debated is. Oh, I wish I can sing like that. Gosh, I mean, cause chaos. I love a bit of chaos myself. Thank you, Fuzzy Otter. That's like 300 bits. That's 300 BDs. Thanks, Fuzzy. Thanks, Fuzzy. Yeah, you spent for. Oh shit, 420? Wait, really? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! And what? Because it's too short here, I can just be like, wee. No, it'll be a shame if someone redeemed. Ouch. My poor bunny butt butts. Oh shit! Bunny butt butts. Honestly, I just redeemed this for the music. Such good music. Ain't gonna love the maximum jank sometimes. That is from like the barcode the barcode jam. I'm pretty sure if you search for like the barcode music, it's gonna show up. It's good stuff too. Zephyr's poor bunny butt. Butt spots are amazing, and it validates your Kobold of culture status. I appreciate that, Zephyr. Also, thanks for the follow. I don't know if I don't know if I can still get the Kobold of culture if someone were to redeem all the fart noises. Look, for the fart noises redeem, I put it like 25 points per redeem, because each time people redeem fart, it will play 1 out of 110 different fart noises. Yeah. Don't ask me why. I love fart jokes. That's 7 letter scraps. I need 20. Like deer heart's like kind of easier to get, but not leather scraps. I'm gonna cry. Oh yeah, I forgot I named the coop. Oh my god. Okay, just keep walking straight. I'll be home soon. Pig. There's a channel I was in there where Botspot called me Fuzzy Otterbot and I loved it. Oh, you know Botspot always do that to people's names. I got way too many times where people just call me Butson. Oh, Kobold. It's like, It is Botspot. It is Botspot. You're gonna love Botspot, honestly. Botspot's great. What's that thing? Oh god. I hear dur. And a pig? Oh nice. Pig! There must be a dur nearby. Discovered Botspot on Space Station 13 a long time ago. Except for when it ruins something completely serious. Yeah, it happens sometimes. You know, it's kind of inevitable, but sometimes you're just gonna read the atmosphere to understand if the thing is serious or it's just like a funny little hee hee ha ha thing, right? At least to me, it's like, yeah, I need to understand the atmosphere. I got meat. Peaky Bankin. I remember when a community member came into a stream and said, my mom just, oh my god, and also my butt just butted. I mean, I'm sure you laugh because I'm bad like that. Well, yeah, me too. Safe to say, I'm the same. I'm terrible. I'm terrible because I laughed at that. Okay. My butt. Butt. God damn it, Buttspot. It's something funnier if Buttspot ruins something serious. If the OP doesn't mind, then yeah. Great, the hangout place with terrible people like us. It's a safe space. People can be themselves. You know, since I'm like kind of a LGBT stuff now, you know. Gonna respect. How many more? Oh my god, I need 6 more. I need 6 more leather scraps. I'm gonna cry. How am I supposed to get so much leather scraps? Like, I can't even find that much of a pig to kill. Also, wood stacks. Oh god. I'm back. Welcome back, Barnaby. How's the teaching going on? How did the teaching went? Sorry. Also, go night night. No, I want you to Buttspot. Yo, thank you for the gift sub. Oh my god, to Buttspot too. Holy shit, big, huge. Thank you. Not a problem for most of us so far I'm away. Oh, I'm glad. Tiring? Oh god, sorry to hear that. Yeah, teaching is always so tiring. Especially the teachers lately really gets like tough. Because like there's so much. I mean, I'm speaking of this. Like multiple kindergarten and also like primary school. If the parents' children done something wrong, it's the teacher's fault always, because they cherish their baby too much. It's like, oh my god, wait a minute, like your child did something bad. Why is the teacher's fault? Yeah, something like that happens too much, and it's like, you know, a bit of a It's just something else. I love the caption thing translated. Gonna respect to cannabis pact. Cannabis pact. It's not far off. I hate to say. No, I hate to say it. It's not far off. Ah, god damn it. I should make a few more. Yeah. Yeah, let's make a few more. Campfire. Cannot get that. Do I have too much things? Oh, yes I do. Okay. Cannabis pact. Where did I put my wood? I hope this doesn't burn my house down. But I'm gonna make a few more. Just a few more campfire. I'm putting it below because when it's raining, at least it doesn't, you know, get extinguished because of the rain. I can't breathe in the smoke. When I was 4, my teacher threw board erasers at unruly kids, so I would say that was kind of her fault back then. Yeah, well, back then the teachers can, I mean, teacher punishing children for doing bad things, I guess that's fair, question mark? I mean, at least when I've done my fair share of bad things when I was a kid, and then I got punished for it, and then the parents just don't. I think it's just like, I don't mind getting hit, so long as the kids learn what they're doing wrong. I think I should put it that way. Maybe because I live in an Asian, Asian household. Asian household is very how to say quite rough in terms of education and or teachings, something like that. 哎呀，我有时候很想用华语讲，感觉用华语解释还比较容易一点。But it's okay, I decide to use English, it's fine. But yeah, I think that's the general feel of of how I feel about it. It just feels like when the child did wrong things and it's forever the teacher's fault. It can be right to some extent, but then again, it's like, what if your child don't even listen to the teacher, and the teacher cannot do anything about it? That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? If I keep jumping, am I gonna level up? I gotta keep jumping. I'm getting meat and I'm getting burned. I'm getting cooked. I'm getting sauced. Okay, there we go. See how many dirt meat I have? And then I cannot even get like a stack of boar. Yeah, you don't bring shame on the household by your behavior, or you're going to get disciplined. Yeah, something like that. It's like dishonor on your family. Is it all you? Is it you? For that moment, I'm pretty sure it was me. I'm pretty sure. I think. No. Yeah, I'm gonna throw away the Buke berries. Storing this one. Wait, that's fine, I think. Oh, the raspberries. What do I do with Buke berries? It just makes me puke. I don't think I need that. Can I stack together, please? Oh. It's an illusion. You might think that's only one, but honestly there's two. Aha. You never know. The power of illusion. And wood, I'll put the wood here. if it's not a full stack, I'm just gonna keep it here. I think I need to find more certainly cores because I need the charcoal kiln to get the thing. Hey, hey, hey. Ooh. Knife is good. I'm probably just gonna keep going left. What are they doing? Oh, killing bones. Come on. Nice. Get stabbed. That's right. Hey, oh my god, there's more. I'm stinky. I don't care. Stab. Oh yeah, the spawner is here. No wonder. Okay, I need to get the spawner quick. Burn it. Burn it. Wait, I'm supposed to burn it. Nice. I'm surviving. Is that another cave? It is! Oh! Wait, no, it's a cave that I've already been to. I'm stupid. Oh god, my dear friend, play Kobold Care. It's a good game. As she says she will need to gift it to you. Nice, go enjoy Kobold Care. Like, I know it's a spicy game, but like, it's like unironically good. It's fun to play. You know, albeit like sometimes the physics can get quite janky. But like it's not a bad game in terms of like spicy games. Sounds like I'm sponsored by Kobold Care, but no. Like genuine, that's how I feel about the game. I've seen as well janky physics from pictures she sent me, so you have a general idea of how the game's gonna look like, right? It's fun, trust me. Trust your fellow kobold. Although, wait, no. I can't be sure. I can't say. I can't represent everyone. You know, maybe someone out there who doesn't enjoy a good jank. I don't know. But to me, it's good kind of jank, right? Maybe I'm speaking for my own then, right? I'm speaking for my own. I think this is a cave that I've been to. Yeah, this is a cave that I've been to. Need to find more. Right? There's good jank. I need to find more caves. I need to find certain link cores. Jank types and sensibilities may vary though. Yeah, I'm not saying all janks are good janks. There are some janks that is unbearable. And then there are some janks that is actually funny to look at. You know, different kinds of jank. think that's a... I think that's a cave. If there's a cave that's shiny. And you know what I love more than shiny? More shiny. Bonk. Bonk. Oh god, that's so painful. Is my armor broken? Oh, I'm getting shot at, and that's why. Get out of here. No! Wait a minute. Oh god. Bonk. Am I getting raided? I'm running away, baby. Okay, yeah, they're fighting each other. Yeah, they're fighting each other. Nice, let me heal for a little bit. Although I know that that should be a cave. But I can't be sure. So I'm gonna put a cave question mark. Yeah, that's a cave, that's a cave. Oh, did the Great Dwarf won? Wait, the Great Dwarf won. Oh my god. I could be sneaky just in case. Alright, looking good. Okay, so yeah, I do have one gripe against this game, is that the cave dwelling in this game is kind of bad. Like, because the cave is so small, and it's like you're just looking at your character. Like your character is gonna cover the screen for like 75% of the screen. It's the only gripe I have with this game. Other than that, this game is fun as hell. It's a tumulus. What's a tumulus? Yeah, you see what I mean? You bonk. Bonk. Droxen, I want fish and butts. Oh god. How are you, how are you gonna get fish and butts? Oh! Bonk. Bonk. Yeah, that's right. Don't even try it. I will kill you. Ooh, speaking of fish and chips, I did get fish and chips last night. Yeah, fish and chips is good. Oh. Oh, I'm so gonna get lost in this cave. I have terrible sense of direction. Oh no. I'll take yours or something. You wanna take my butt? Oh god. No, don't take Kobold butt. That's nice. I think that's 2. Yeah, this 2 is Surtling core. I need 3 more to make a charcoal kiln. A tumulus was a Celtic burial chamber usually dug in a hill. Whoa. Dug in a hill? Due to the fact they tended to follow the topography of the hill, they were usually circular or contained into a circular structure or with multiple chambers. Wouldn't that destabilize the hill though, if they like dug around the hill? Yeah, I'm already lost. I'm already lost. That went this way. Oh, no. No. Oh, it's a bone pile. Bonk. Nice who. Oh. I think that's 5. That's 5. I can make a charcoal kiln. Just follow the left or right wall. Left or right wall usually works. Huh. I'll try. Where did I came from? Oh, okay. Bonk. This is what it's like to activate Game Shark. Game Shark. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, we're good. Oh my god. Wait, how much? 7? Oh. That's like a best cave ever. Almost full on stuff though. Can put away some things. If it was a game show, it would have been two bongs. Bong bong. Double bonk OP. That is 7 Surtling cores. The most. You know, it's funny how I think the first cave I went to, there's only one Surtling cores. So I assume that, okay, each cave gives me 1 Surtling cores. And I checked the charcoal kiln and also the smelter needs like 5. It's like, oh my god, I need to go I need to go like 10 caves to be able to make 2 of those. How wrong I was. How terribly, awfully wrong I was. I got 7 in this one. And it's not even finished yet. Oh. It's an evil bomb pile. Eep. Go. Oh, what is that? What is that? Rancid remain? Rancid? Oh, stink. Don't touch me. Oh my god, don't touch me. Oh. Help. Don't touch me. Oh. Oh, shit. What the fuck? That's like more than 10. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, this is like the best cave ever. I guess I'm gonna put away some stone. That's fine. Here, take Sterling core. Can I get the sword? Can I get the sword? It looks so good though. I need that sword. Can I get the sword? Okay, fine. Maybe it depends on the tomb difficulty affected by distance from your starting point or something like that. Maybe. It is quite far from my starting point. Yeah. Probably. Can't tell since I don't play this game. I didn't play this game to like to a point where I understand the ins and outs of this game, but I certainly am enjoying it a lot. It's a really fun game, what can I say? Following game logic, fair. I have no idea too. Don't worry about it. Okay, that's good cave. Actually, I got the wrong cave. Needs to be this. Cave. Done. I think this one is done as well. Nice. So now I can have charcoal kiln. Oh no, it's a brute. Why is it a brute? Get bonked. Whoop. Don't touch me. No touchy. Oh my god, it's so painful. Can I parry this? Such a bad idea. Actually, it's a good idea. Deal a lot of damage out of that one. Yeah, but it's so painful for my heart, for my health though. Oh! Okay. Dang, like the brutes are too strong. What? Oh no, I need to run. Time to go. Ugh. Goddamn rock! Run! I just want to go home. You don't see me. I am speed. The power of Dur. The power of Dur compels me. Run! I am truly speed. I'm gonna sleep the night away. Ah. Ah. On a boat carved from dark wood beneath ragged sails, you lie with your arms folded across your chest. Blurred faces like thumbprints. I don't think I can read that fast. Oh yeah, what do I need for? Charcoal kiln. 20 stones. I think there's stone here. Yeah. I'm carrying too much. Fuck. Oh, is the certain core? Oh, it's quite heavy. Okay, okay. God, I can honestly just play this game for a whole day. Am definitely not addicted. Me addicted to this game? No way. Alright, let's make a charcoal kiln. I only need 5. There. Where do I build it? Oh, actually, let me build like another place. Like a 3 times 3. No workbench? Are you sure? Are you sure there's no workbench here? Oh, I have to stay inside. Oh, okay, okay. that looks well supported. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that looks supported. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, look at that. At least you don't need to go through a giant barbecue to harvest burning briquettes. Briquettes? Ooh. Knife is good. Briquettes to make a charcoal kiln in, like in the certain other game. Giant barbecue to harvest burning briquettes. That sounds a little bit extreme, even though I'm not too sure what that means. Okay, let's make charcoal kiln. I'm pretty sure I can put it here, right? No? What? What? What do you mean? Can I not put it in on, huh? Can I not put it on top of a floor? Can I put it on top of the ceiling then? Well, that's a little bit dummy dumb. Maybe you can't put it on because of wood? Oh shit, you might be right. It is quite burny. Ah, that did not cross my mind. Alright. Well, forget I built anything then. Yeah, I need to remember, fire bad for wood. Fire bad for wood. Coal pile? Oh. I can get shiny? So that means I need to get more wood. For the sake of making charcoal or coal. Whoa. I got a copper bar. A bar of pure copper ready to be worked. Oh my god, I'm the best. I got a copper bar. What can I do with it? Maybe not on a workbench? Oh, deer hide? I want it. Deer hide bone fragment. I'm wearing rag tunic. I can have leather tunic here. Whoa. I feel so stonk. Okay, I'm gonna make this the dumpster. The dumpster part here. Like this. Anything that I don't need, throw it in there. Easy. Oh. Wood is the explanation of a lot of things. The source and remedy to a lot of problems. In Kobold style inventory management. Easy, simple. No thoughts, head empty. Pretty much. No thoughts, head empty. It's what I'm going for. Oh my god. It's so fucking scary, man. It sounds like somebody's just right beside me. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, Hyraxes. Nice. Roixes? Yeah, I know it's you. It's just that when it happens all of a sudden, it's like, oh my god. Dio! Ho ho. 向かってくるのかこのディオに近ってくるのか Best part. No, Jojo, part 3 best. Fight me. I mean, part 5 is good, but it's not as good as part 3. Part 4 is a little bit boring. Can you hit me? No? Alright, off you go then. Maybe I need to level up my workbench. So I truly need to go find leather scraps. Both to assume I watch it. Kobold? I'm gonna cry. I shall use my cry to threaten people. Gosh, I need to find leather scraps. How? Is it like a place where there's like many pigs around? I didn't mean to do that. One leather scrap for one pig. And what's worse is that there's no pigs in Black Forest. You wanna hit me? You wanna hit me? No, I'll hit you first. That's right. That's right. You improve fist? Keep wanting to nap, I just saw that. It's normal though. Like, whenever no, I think it's not whenever. When I started uni, and then like after a while, living the uni life, and then it's like every time it reached like 4 or 5 p.m., I feel extremely sleepy. You can't solve all your problem by fisting them, believe me, I tried. Well, I mean, in Dark Souls and Bloodborne it's possible. I fisted everything in Dark Souls 3. I even fisted 2 dragons in there. I was like, yeah. Don't copy you? What, did you get the right to for that? I think it happens to most people. Oh. Duh. Musketeer. Meat. 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 Skin. Skin. Meat. No signs of pig. I love how this is my half-built house. And I'm still doing the same kind of house after so many months. Although the roof is different. How do you find peaks around this place? Door. Oh, multiple doors. Door. 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 Well, I got robbed. I got fucking robbed. What does that even mean? I want a refund, damn it. Give me a refund. That was daylight robbery, I say. This one's solid dirt. Three stabs on the ass doesn't destroy the door. Now that's a door. I'm sure that's gonna be a very strong hide. Door. Double or not. Goodbye. I don't know how you saw me. Or maybe you heard something. But I'm not here to hunt dirt, I'm here to hunt big. I'm trying to get leather scraps. I need 6 more, I think. Oh no. 3 steps on the ass, that's a stretch. I mean, it's not wrong. That's what I did to the dirt. That sounds wrong. Wait, that sounds wrong, right? Yeah, that sounds wrong. That's not right. It just ran towards me. You peas? How could you run towards me like that, huh? No signs of pig. It sounds wrong, but as long as it feels, it's probably fine. Maybe not for the dirt. Maybe not for the butts. I thought it's like specifically for the butts. There's so many dirt, not a single brick to be seen. No way. I want leather scraps. Oh boy. All right, come on. Did you see me? Okay, fair. That one is like looking at me. It's like, why is that pink shit walking towards me? And that's how you hunt, baby. Hi, Derpy. Go, why didn't I receive a notification for the sexy kobold? Sexy kobold? I don't know. But Seriously though, I don't know why you didn't receive a notification. I think it's just Twitch being Twitch, yeah? I think it's just Twitch being Twitch. Twitch can be dumb most of the time. Like the dumb. I don't know. Oh, nice. The pounce is so satisfying. Oh, it's a door. Oh, it's a big door. What do you call it? What do you call it again? Stag? That I got robbed again? This is the first time I never received a notification. Honestly, I didn't check Twitch as much. It's like I'm on Twitch only when I'm streaming, which is a little bit bad, I think. I'm out of wood. Oh god. That's why we have Discord. That's why I have Discord. Usually when I stream, there's like an automated message happening on Discord on my server, where you would know when I stream. Sometimes I'll do sometimes on a very rare occasions, right? On a very rare occasion, I would do like a secret stream, usually on Wednesday night. On a very rare occasion, it got hit but not killed. Yeah. It was not a backstab though, which is why I feel like I got robbed. It's okay, I already got so much deal. Oh, that one. Oh, it's back. Oh, they always go back to the same location? Hey, der. Oh, yeah. You ran away from me last time? Not this time. Give me that ass. I forgot to... Yeah, well, I forgot to equip the knife. I hate it here. I just want the dirt. Oh, hi, Pinky. I missed something. Also, if I knew you better, I'll most likely ask you out for Valentine's. Wow. I appreciate the sentiment. I saw that I don't need to repeat that. It's okay, don't worry. I don't know, I just feel like I'm every time it's like relationship stuff, right? I just feel like I'm not really most of the time, right? Well, that's me. Oh, there goes the door. Am I gonna go on the night hunt for beaks? I'm gonna go find beaks. Also, I hope you're doing good, Pinky. Welcome in. Oh, the boobs. My snoot! My beautiful snoot! Oh, the horror! The boobed! Huge manatee! Oh, the humanity! The boob not list is hard to update from here. I hear the dirt, but I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. That's the same dirt, isn't it? Wait, no, it's not the same one. This one has no antlers. Okay, equip the knife. Good. Get the knife. You love boobs? Who doesn't love a good old boob? Sorry, been rejected 3 times, and one was as if I knew you better. Huh? It's not as if. I'll look at the chat. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat. There's no need to repeat the message. I think so far I'm able to manage looking at the chat most of the time. Miss a list of people who don't like boobs actually. Well, I don't think it's like don't like boobs. Nah, maybe they don't like boobs. It's okay. It happens. I repost every time you start saying it because I'm not constantly looking at the chat. I need to play the game sometimes. But when I have like a bit of a free time, I'll look at the chat. Dirk asking a Kobold for Valentine's Day. I'm sure there are plenty of stories about that. Oh yeah. Give me a container and I'm shipping that. The classic Kobold and Dragon ship. Guys, can I find a pig around here? Like, can I get like one pig? Like just one. Can I get like one pig? Well, give me more pig if you can, because I need those leather scraps. Oh, bug! It's too dark. I don't know where they're facing. Only on my consent. That's fair. Plunge. Guess there's no boars around here. I mean, I'm kind of back at the starting point. Personal question here. Are you transgender and transitioning to female? Well, that's a weird thing that I've been thinking about, right? I feel that I'm transgender. Like, I don't know if I'm actually trans because I only identify as she they, but I'm not really like I'm not really like going through a surgery to change like my my genetics. I'm not changing like my genetics or something. I just identify as she they. It just makes me feel a little bit happier. You figure it out? Hopefully someday. Yeah, I'm not going through like physical surgery to transition from a male to a female. It's a lot of doggo noises. This is a starting area. This is the starting area, you little shit. Get out of here. Not a single boar to be seen. Yeah, usually when you beat the boss and you just like sacrifice the trophy. This one's the elder, right? First of the forest, king in the wood, lord over those who dwell at his feet. His roots will grow where cities once stood. Their blood his wine, their flesh his meat. Meat. I only understand meat. Oh god.
Barking, cat jam, bark.
Baruku. I respect that, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Some people change it biologically, some, like me, just stays as is. Which is fair. Like, my stance towards, like, the trans thing is like, us as humans, it's like you get identified as whatever you want, so long as you're like comfortable with it. That's how I feel anyway. Like just be yourself, right? I mean, nothing wrong with that. Although not my family though. My dad abhors this shit. That's a huge frog. If you knew me better, would you go on Valentine's with me? Just curious. Gosh, I don't know. Because to me, even in my current situation, I don't feel like I'm ready to have a significant other, right? Because right now, currently, I'm still not in a good standpoint in terms of like financial situations because of all the medications and stuff. Yeah, and then having like the diabetes forever, it's really making me feel like I don't know if I want to have a significant other. So yeah, that's how I feel anyway. Just not ready generally. Also, there was a good one. Oh, so many pigs here. Dude, I need. Let's get this. Big. Big. But based on how much I know you, I would. Wow. I mean, I appreciate that. Thank you. Where the grass grows underfoot and the sky is blue overhead, there will always be a hearth and a home. Don't know what that means. Why is a hearth? Relationship is lots of work. It's a huge responsibility and support both. Yeah, which is why I don't really think that I'm ready for this. Let us grab 4. I think I need 6, right? Why is it so hard to get beaks? A hearth, a fireplace. Ooh. Oh, a fancy word. I can help with meds as I don't pay for mine because of my Medicare and NDIS funding for medicine. So I can help with that part. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, but still, you know. Guess I'm just not ready in general. Meds being one of them. Like, now the more I think about it, the more I feel like I don't even know if I want to have a relationship, honestly. I don't know. That's how I feel anyway. I have no idea. Well, currently, that is, right? Who knows? Time change. You know, time will change people. It's getting late, so I'm going to get some sleep. Have a good day, night, everyone. Okay, Zephyr. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Have good sleep. Where? I need pig. Might as well get some flint. Why not? Why is there everything but pigs? And then the game is like, oh, you need 20 leather scraps for this. and then I'm gonna give you 2 pigs per biome. It's like, oh god. Where's my promised wonderland of having multiple pigs in one place? Stab. Oh, there. Did you just see me? No, I can wait. What is this for you that you need help with, as I can help you? I don't know. I mean, honestly, I just appreciate people just hanging out with me on Twitch. It's one way that I feel like Twitch to me currently is like a safe place where I can truly be myself and actually have less care about what's happening in real life. That's how I feel anyway. Also, I'll be beginning a job for animal taming, and I will see how much you get for it. Me? But you're doing the job. Twitch is where we found all my friends. Yeah, Twitch is great. Like, Twitch in terms of like community building, it's pretty good. Since Twitch live streaming, Twitch is best for its like being able to interact with people real time, and it's like pretty well made too. Oh, hello from Jim. Wow, becoming big strong Durgan. Hello to you from home. Becoming strong Vals. Stab! Whoa. That was an aggressive one. Oh yeah. What's up? Rashard intro me a card game from on pre-order. Me send you a link for you to see. Ooh, okay. Oh, Raisha, it's been a long time since I last heard the name. Dragon Kobolds, I'm in. I am in. I'm sold. Whatever it is, I'm sold. I don't know if walking around the shoreline is a good idea to find pigs. Wait, are you standing it now? But you're at gym, right? Hearth and a home, okay. Same thing. Where can I find pig? Check this code. You're sending it now? Whoa. Wait, let me stab this thing real quick. Nice. Whoa. Oh, it's on FA. I think my FA is not safe. I'll look at it off screen. Pre-orders too many kobolds. Oh my. Yeah, there's spicy art here I cannot show. Like, it's not this particular pose, but the pose on the, like, I see more from this artist, and then over here is like a bunch of spicy, so I cannot show it on stream. But good gods, they look so good. Turn on, oh yeah. Go to the website then, it's in the description. Oh yeah. Oh wait, something fell down. Give me a moment. Oh, this like big thing happening. Back. Someone fell down the table. She's fine now. At least no injuries, as far as I see. Okay, let me look at it. Yeah, this one is safe. I think. Oh. Niggled. A franchise is working mostly on fantasy-themed illustrations and games. Oh, started in 2009. Yo, as a hobby, when I started studying chemistry in university, keep practicing with art throughout my studies, and I created my business after getting my PhD in chemistry. Also, I've been always fascinated by board games and tabletop games. Decided to design my own game based on my ideas and universe. Magical creatures, dragons, werewolves, and witches. If you enjoy cooperative family games where it can be enjoyed by everyone, you found the right place. Coming spring 2023. Oh! Look at that. Players are dragons adopting kobolds to keep them company in their cave. Each turn, players choose a kobold card and place it in their cave, trying to make the kobolds they have adopted happy. Happy kobolds give points to their dragon. Players drew cards until their cave is full. The dragon who scores the most points in the end wins the game. Pre-order for Too Many Kobolds now open. 1,000 copies of the game will be printed on the first edition. Secure yours now. Enjoy with 50 different kobolds and illustrations especially drawn for the game on 92 cards. Whoa! Dragon's Roar, Dragon's Choice, Cave Rearrangement. Look at them! Oh my god! Can be figured out. Google has taken a nosedive in terms of quality of results. Pretty sure. Yeah, Google is behaving weird lately. I expect it to be very high as I can tame wedge-tailed eagles. Ooh. Have to head out Darling woke up. Okay, Pinky. Be safe, good luck, have fun. And this one, Kobold Adventures. Cooperative asymmetrical deck building tabletop game for 2 to 6 players in which you are a kobold. Each kobold is a different class of their very own deck of cards, allowing you to play the way you want with your group and providing replay value as each adventure. Each kobold is unique. Kobold Adventure is still under development. Okay. Dude, how much is this? how much is this? And like, if I can afford this, I might just buy this for collection purposes. For collection purpose. Okay, let me see. Next. Shipped in spring 2023. Okay, upon completion of the form, I will send you a PayPal invoice. Payment is done via PayPal invoice only. Okay. Three shipping options, hand delivery. Okay, shipping to France. International shipping 10. That's euro, I think. Until release of the game, one copy of Too Many Kobold is 18. I assume that's euro. That sounds pretty affordable. So 18 plus 10 is like 28. Wedge-tailed eagles are the biggest predator bird and can most likely pick me out off the ground. I'm 6'3" and weight just under 100. How much is 100 lbs? Wait, that 100, that's pounds, right? I think. Also, let me check this. 18 plus 10. I think that's euro, isn't it? Let me copy this down. The sign. This one. 80. Oh, what? So plus 10? So 28 euros, like 129? Gosh, I cannot afford that. Damn it. From where did you hear of too many kobolds? Internet. Friends or family? Friends. Who do you plan to play too many kobolds with? Can I say none? I'll buy it as a collection. Is there a choice? Yeah, euro is big currency. I'm surprised. I didn't know that. But yeah, it looks really good. The arts are the arts are so well done too. Kinda love the kobolds and dragons and stuff. Is that a pig? No, that's not a pig. Kill! Oh. Okay, Roxas, okay. I don't need this, I don't need this. Oh, am I too heavy? Oh shit, I am. Throw this one out. One stack of wood, I think it's more than enough. I'm just over 60 kilo. 60 kilo? Wow. Walao eh. Wait, no, I don't know how tall 6'3" is, but I'm like 172 cms about. Yeah, 172. I also over 60. What? Ow. I'm 101. I'm chunky. Bug, I'm so chunky. 1.6 meter. 1.6. Wait, 1.6 is like. Sure. I'm 1.7. 1.72 meter. 171. I was. Oh, we're both almost the same. But see, if we're almost the same height, Narix, and then you're like 60 kilo, and I'm like 101. I'm too chunk. Okay, how much? 5. I think I need one more pig skin. Is the music over? $1.6 meter for 60 kilo. I don't know how to count, like. That looks like a very healthy height and weight. Big. You're almost overweight. I'm obese as fuck then. I love size difference, but I prefer to be healthy. Oh yeah, of course, of course. You got baby. You're underweight. I'm mega obese. I don't mean want my skinny figure back, but life, dude, gonna enjoy food, eat more. Eat more 海底捞. 海底捞 baby. Dude, I crave sushi, but shit's so expensive. 海底捞 is healthier. You're not wrong, because 海底捞 is just like food that's boiled with, it's like water boiled food, and I think that's pretty healthy. Yeah, you're not wrong. Unless you eat more McDonald's, then that's a different story then. No, if you keep getting the peak. Yee. Yeah, sushi place that here sales per sushi is 50 to 80 cents each. Usasu. Usasu 的话，哇，哎哦，it's more affordable. Over here, the cheapest one is like one ringgit, 80 cents is like the cheapest one here in Sushi Mentai lor. Sushi Mentai is pricing is like that, and they have Aoki Tei. That was like a little bit more expensive. Oh, the same sets. Oh, okay. So it's not like each plate, nah. You're an obese. Tell me how tall are you? I'm 172 cm. I'm pretty sure I'm obese as fuck. if Narix is 171 and a little bit over 60 kilograms and is already overweight, it's safe to say that I'm very fucking obese. I mean, yeah, well, look, food is good, okay? I love food. Food is my source of de-stress. So it's like 4 to 7 a handful. Sing dollar, 是32，大概乘3.5这样啦。Last I checked, I think 68. Wait. Saya 101 ho. Don't think I exceed 70 yet. Maybe I have big bones. How about that? I have huge chunky bones. I'm just big boned, right? I'm pulling out the cards. I'm big boned. The card has been pulled. You got oh yeah, baby. Dude, I got dragon bones. I love that. You're actually above average weight. Above average? Yeah. Wait, no. I'm like chunk as fuck. Darling is to do tasks allocated to me first. Oh. So it's been 90 kilo. 90 kilo. Then no way that. Are you sure you're overweight now, Rix? Oh, are you just saying you're overweight? No, you're. You're showing weight and height. 170 cm, 105. Oh, we're almost identical. But do we have boobs because they ate weight? Man boobs? Maybe. A little bit. Look, I'm chunky, okay? Almost in the overweight category. Oh, okay, so not overweight yet lah. But close. That's what I'm trying to say. Does man boob count? According to BMI. Oh, what? Already according to BMI. Oh. Double lor. I fat already. I not just fat. I chunky. I sangat chunky already. Actually, female or say you are a female. I'm genetically male, but I'm just like I identify as she. I identify as she they. I'm genetically male. Oh, like biologically male. Does that make sense? I'm born male. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. Didn't figure out what your goal was. I don't know what I want. In terms of weight, I think. I don't know. I want to lose some weight, maybe? Losing weight? Question mark? Maybe. I should be losing weight. I'm too chunky. Let's make a wood pile. Down here. Is this my storage? Maybe not. I don't know. Nice. Big. Big. Try changing that. I can save up and help you out. Help me with what? Try changing what? Do you want me to go have surgery and change my biological gender? Meat. I have too many things. My goal is to lose weight, otherwise me a race flattening boyfriend, which would be bad. I get that. Lose weight for good cause. Also, I'm poly. Poly? What's poly? I mean, well, my 3D brain only knows poly as, you know, polygons and stuff. Sorry if I'm being dumb. But that's my understanding of poly. Okay, 2 copper bar. I think I have enough to make the thing. Crafting. Yeah, I have flint and deer hide. Yep. I can make it. Deer hide. What again? Tanning rack. Flint and wood. Okay. Flint and wood. Do I have extra wood? No? Okay. Well, hey, if you're a female but genetically male, Polyamorous? Polyamorous? Maybe I should search it out what that means. But afterwards. Time for me to learn. Poly. The parrot who can have many partners. Parrot part is optional. Wait, Poly. The parrot who can have many partners. Parrot part is... So, scratch the parrot part. Poly who can have many partners. Multiple partner in one relationship is what I'm trying to say? Why am I getting raided? Get out of here. Oh, it's a link. Okay. I'll assist you in changing your genetics if you want. No, maybe not. At least not now. Because I just recently figured out what I want, but now I'm not too sure if I want it yet. You know, I say with a big yet, right? A very big yet, right? What am I trying to do again? Oh yeah, I got wood. Tanning rack. Tanning rack. Can I be janky? Can I do something very janky? Oh, wait. No way. I'm the best. Okay, upgrade flint knife. Leather tunic. Oh, I need so much deer hide. Stone axe. Deer hide cape. Bone fragment. A lot of bone fragments. Yeah, a lot of bone fragments. Well, what do you want? That's the thing. I still don't know what I want. I'm still like very confused about myself currently. Should bring 10 of these. 10. still haven't made a bow. I still haven't made a bow. Okay, let's bring in all the bone fragments I have. Time to use them. Bone fragments. Coal? I'll put coal here, I guess. And I should probably get more... Let's make some charcoal. Let me know when you decide now to make what I can. I appreciate that, Derpy. Thanks. For now, I'm still like very confused about myself, so I can't say anything for sure. I definitely gonna need more. Oh, I guess upgrade all of them. Oh, I gotta be so strong. Can I make something new here? Aha, there it is. Forge. Coal. Copper? 6 copper, 4 coals. Okay. 6 copper bar, 4 coal. Take all the coal. I think I need something to catch the coal. They just keep flying around. There. Now it's catching the coal. Good morning, Lex. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I hope you have a good sleep. Terrain sometimes seems to have some trouble with speed and such at the moment. Oh. Thanks, Lance. 恐怖欸！你知道每次人家 redeem 那个那时候，我以为人家在我旁边呢。Yeah, maybe I should do it like this. And I should start cooking. Yeah, I'm gonna start cooking. I downloaded Valheim? You downloaded Valheim? Oh my god. You finally downloaded Valheim. It's getting so dark. 6:31. God, time flies. Hello? I've been playing for 5.5 hours. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna go open up. Let me go open up lights and close the window. Big decisions are hard to make. Yeah. Let me join your server and eat all your food. You're gonna eat my food. I give you all my bilkberry. You can eat all the pukeberry or bilkberry. Who is destroying my thing? You fuck. Hmm. Can you farm food in this game, Rollins? I just realized. I didn't know you can farm food here. Foob. Oh yeah, wait, I'm supposed to make 6, I think. Make a forge. Can I make a forge? I need wood. Oh god. I need wood. When I get computer up and running, wanna join me in Valheim when it's repaired? I don't know. Most of the time I prefer to play alone. Or maybe play with someone that I know very personally, I guess. Oh, you have a star? You have a star? Oh, let me get you. Step, step, step. Nope. Step. Step, 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 step. Hey, yo, why there's so many? Yeah, I didn't open up the server because I didn't know. Oh! Oh! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nanti dulu. You want fire? Oh! You want temporal fire? Temporal fire? Look who's on fire, bitch. That's right. Spin. Aya! Hey, Buck. Missing requirement. Buck, I'm out of wood. I am speed. Am speed. Am speed. Give me your back. Yay! Oh my god, I cannot block that. The music doesn't fit right now. The music doesn't fit. Bitch! I cannot do it. Okay, I need to burn you to death then. Spin, 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 spin. I'm playing Dark Souls. Let's go. Alright. No fear, all good. Oh, look who it is. Oh, that name looks familiar. Do you know Dagger can do jump step? Yeah, I've been doing that a lot. Oh, that. Yeah, oh, what do you mean? Valheim without you. You want join na? Ayo, I'm still gonna play a little bit more, ma. Just a little bit more, or okay lah. I can open up the server lor for you and Lowlands, or wait, let me make a forge real quick. Wait, what's up? Why am I getting raided like bitch? You bunch of fucks. Stop throwing rocks. Going to end soon? Yeah, pretty soon. That's right. Come here, you little shit. Probably soon, since I'm already feeling quite hungry. Oh yeah, wait, Have you fought your papa? Siapa to? I only fought Aether, and I've seen Elder, I think. But I don't know who my papa is in Valheim. Papa. Remember the first papa? Aether? I mean, that's a first. Is it a door? Welcome back, Pinky. Oh, Papa Dur. Yeah. I got through. I got through the first Papa. Yeah. That was actually rhythmic. Yeah, I got through the first Papa. With torch. With torch and a wooden shield. Papa do. Ayo. BPS. Oh, that's a lot shorter than I thought. Like, there's so many times I'm trying to find time to continue our divinity shenanigans. But it's like, every time I want to start, it's like, oh. I haven't edited the video. I haven't cut the clip yet. It's like, oh no. So sad. I still want to play Divinity with you guys. Like, I still have the save file here. I don't know, Leon. I don't know. Yeah, I want to sip on Red Prince so hard. Have you guys seen Red Prince? Ooh, my god, hard. Very, very hard. I think I'm gonna put Bone Fragment on the other one. This is like killable stuff, I guess. Yeah. I mean, shame on you. Only 67 times? Gosh. Should be more than that. Where do we resume our Divinity 2? I want to resume.
Welcome to Driftwood. Welcome to Driftwood. Welcome to Driftwood.
Welcome to Driftwood.
Welcome to Driftwood. Welcome to Driftwood.
T.O.
Welcome to Driftwood. Welcome to Driftwood. Welcome to Driftwood.
Yeah, which is my command. What did I wish? Oh god, wait.
Welcome to Driftwood.
Welcome to Driftwood. Welcome to Driftwood. It was so fun to abuse that shit. Welcome to Driftwood. We could probably increase the count like 1,000 right away. Maybe don't do that. Step. I've been pet. I really love the stabby stab.
Welcome Driftwood. Welcome Driftwood. Welcome Driftwood.
Welcome Driftwood.
Welcome Driftwood. Welcome Driftwood. Welcome Driftwood. Welcome Driftwood. Welcome Driftwood. Welcome Driftwood.
This is Chinese TTS. This is Chinese TTS. I gotta love Chinese TTS. It's great. Welcome Driftwood. I love how you say it's like URK. Welcome Driftwood. Oh yeah, I have the forge. I have forge.
And welcome.
Chonster Lincor. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate.
1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4
I can make a copper knife. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate Jonestar. Sounds like JoJo. I love JoJo. Here, I want to make. I need wood as well, I think. I got a copper knife. Oh my god, I'm so strong. Why you're Roland's son? Oh, Roland's son, huh? Oh, that's kind of clever. That's good enough. Darling says that it's being terrible in the morning. We didn't know he had to deal with that. Oh no. Bad internet.
스타가 징그레옹 하지하지.
Hachi hachi. Now it's Japanese. It just got schmixed. Hachi hachi. Alright, Pinky. Have good luck. Is the floor like dying? Is it dying because of the flame? Hachi hachi. Oh, I need more. I think I have more copper ore, I think. Oh no, what's up? What's with the oh no?
Ratty rats ratting rattly ratty rats ratting rattly ratty rats ratting rattly.
The floor is worn because the floor has no rooftop. That happens? That's kinda cool. I do like my house. I have a window. My house has a window. You like my house? Fresh air. Full of smoke coming from below. You like my house? As long as the floor has no rooftop, it will continue to reduce its HP. Delete that. No! What do you mean delete that? That is big Kobold brain right there. At least you got a heated floor. Yeah, I know, right? See? So considerate. What can I say? Me make good house. Me make house to how people want. Oh god, I'm burning. Help.
4조 4,444億 4,444万 4,444.
Are you making sauna? Maybe? A sauna is like very healthy though, isn't it? Oh, 你很多零哎，好多零哦！一零零零零零零零零。I want to try out this new copper knife. Oh, the TTS doesn't work. It cannot make phone calls. The TTS is not meant to make phone calls. Sad times. That works, I think. Five BDs. Oh look, it's your phone. Oh, I should go check my phone real quick. I don't see a phone call. Wow, I cannot believe who pranked me. God dang. I got Okay. Oh yeah, have you guys seen something that's pretty janky? I can show you guys something. With this like with this model in this game.
Green L rated neon, green L rated neon, green L rated neon, green L rated neon.
Rated Mian? What is that? Oh, Ratanium! Oh. There's something quite janky. I can dance, I think. Yeah. Kobold dance, Kobold shiny!
ゴドラバヌトゴドラバヌトゴドラバヌトゴドラバヌトゴドラバヌトゴドラバヌトゴドラバヌトゴドラバヌトゴドラバヌト
Dude, the mix between Japanese and Chinese, best. I can dance. And I can... Oh yeah, also I tried this. I can blow kiss with my neck. Neck blow kiss.
ブリーズナーストブリーズナーストブリーズナーストブリーズナーストブリーズナーストブリーズナーストブリーズナーストブリーズナースト
Snasto. Gonna love a bit of a necky kissy. What does can I do with copper? It doesn't feel like I have a lot of things to do other than just making a knife here. Am I missing something? I must be missing something, but what? Here? Crafting? No, that's about it. There's nothing else I can make. Building? I can only make a knife with that. What? Ooh! Time to make use of my... Are these almost broken? Oh wait, they are. Why are they breaking? Necky kissy. Wait, it's done. Okay, I have my last 10 copper.
私の名前はドロークーンさん
Oh, Doku-san? Doku-san? I think if you type Japanese, they'll recognize it. If like type straight up Japanese. Yeah, there it is. Any more coal? Coal is quite heavy. But I like coal. Do I have too much food? Killable things, these ones are like killable things.
This TTS very funny man, ha 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 ha.
This TTS very funny, man. The Chinese TTS always speaks so strong. Something about the Chinese TTS is something else. This TTS. I must be missing something. I can check what the bird says. Message log. Oh my god. Cold death dungeon. Egg defeated. Did awaits dungeons. Death, cold, encumbrance, forsaken altars. Go to explore and uncover the lost and treasures. I only know about copper. Is there something else? Oh, I must be missing something. Because like there's no way of forge. Like all I can do is just make a copper knife. Like no way. Stolen realm. Yeah, that too. Zombie games. I still have the game. Like my game is here. Stolen realm. I haven't updated this. Like oh my god, I want to play it. Can I just not care about my YouTube and my Twitter for a little bit? I'm gonna go have dinner tonight. Like right now. And then I'm gonna actually it's gonna be my first time, but I'm gonna What do you mean Kobold's forsaken friend? Kobold never forsaken. Kobold love friends. Yeah, what if I go dinner now? And then once I'm done then what time is it? It's only 7, it's like already it's already like pitch black outside. Ooh, scary. How could you? What do you mean how could you? I love friends. Wait, is this why is everything almost broken? Next day, not selling badminton. Oh, I only played badminton on Thursday. That one is already fixed at least. So yeah, at least I'm glad about that one. Badminton is every Thursday only. Here, let me update something real quick. Down here, there's like a few log posts I can change. You can play the game anytime. You mean Stolen Realm? Ooh, that one was broken. Wait, did I destroy the wrong thing? What? Oh shit. Oh, I guess I didn't. Okay. That's the wrong one. Yeah, that works. Don't ask. That's nice, right? Having log pole? But still, like, I want you guys to teach me how to play. Also, the next time you guys join this server when I play Valheim, I gotta introduce my. This is the dump pile. The things that you don't want, throw it there. the dump pile. You know what? Actually, most likely tonight, once I'm done dinner, I want to play with you guys. Like I legit want to, but every time it's like, ugh, like I'm really like half asleep. But tonight will be different. I'm gonna go get Gobi. Sometimes I feel like I'm just getting old. Sometimes. Am I old? Maybe I am. That's 23. Yes, I got fucking damn it. I did ask. Okay, fine. Well, I didn't make too much progress, I think. No, actually I did. Look at how big this house is. Big house. It is Valheim or Stolen Realm? Does not. We can hop in. Alright, Leon. Most likely Stolen Realm. I just want to play the game and see see what it is and how it is. Because you did say that the game is like rogue-like, and then we can choose you can choose a class and we have to go on an adventure together, something like that. Coal pile, burn. It's random. Ooh. Alright. Turn-based? Oh yeah. Well, something is burning quick. No, there's something outside. Trying to destroy my house. Is there? Wait, I thought I heard something. Like, you know when again we hear, welcome to Driftwood. Oh, it's something like that? Dude, I gotta be the tank. Gotta be the tank. We're gonna go out there and tank. If you can name the character. Oh, that does mean the game's gonna take a long time to finish, isn't it? Tank is still the game? Oh no, then no lah. maybe get. No, not really. Oh, you're giving me mixed messages. I want to use the worst class possible. Oh, okay, sorry. I misunderstood. Okay lah, I think I stop here for now. Next time I'll continue this one, but I'm not too sure when I'm gonna continue this game. Even though I want to play as much, because I have a few games that's like still haven't finished yet. You know, Friday Hollow Knight, Saturday, no. Yeah, Friday Hollow Knight, Saturday Okami, and then Sunday is usually Monster Hunter Stories 2. It's just that for yesterday and today is a little bit different because I decided to play this game. But maybe I can do this someday, sometimes again, you know? I really love this game. Like, I can get addicted to this game so good. Yeah, I played Okami. I played the white doggo with ink brush tail. It's a really good game. I love it. I still hate that I don't know that I can just draw. I didn't know that I can just draw a goddamn drying pole for Granny. My brain's still stuck at that. Here. Oh yeah, I forgot about the kitty. You know what? I should probably just disable the kitty. It's fine. Let me begin. Oh shit. Begin. There. I've begined. I've been playing Hogwarts for a while already. Oh yeah, I've seen you play the game. Although I heard, right? I heard a lot of bad things about the game, but I'm not too sure. It's just what I heard. I don't know. Ending, yeah. Rihoi pinky. I'm ending because I'm feeling hungry already. It's like 7. Time flies when I play Valheim. Valheim's great. I'm gonna play it more. Did I read Barnaby? No, yesterday I read the Kitty Fluff. Dragons. Don't eat dragons. I love them. Pinky's for trim, even if we miss a bunch of it due to personal failings. No, Pinky, it's totally fine. I understand with personal and in real life stuff that's happening. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I'm curious. Let me go to the Kobold tag. Are there any other kobolds? No way. Aura doesn't work? Oh, TTS, you have dishonored your family, TTS. Oh, that works though. Yo! Ora. There's 4 kobolds. The zero's character 0. Oh, character. Me. And Toonbold. If you put a space in, then it counts as alphabets. Oh. Dark and Darker. Epic Battle Fantasy 5? Looking at my own, like, stream. Oh, huh? Wait, there's 2 kobolds to be streaming for 9 hours. Yo, 9 hours though. Dark and Darker is a good PvPvE game. PvPvE? Can I not just do PvE? I know it's like some D&D kind of game, question mark, I think. Do we rate another kobold? I mean, there's this character 0.
YETOOMANYSPACESCONFUSETTSINGENERAL.
Too many spaces to confuse TTS in general? Let's rate another kobold. Why not? As a fellow kobold, we stick together, I guess. God, streaming for 9 hours though. Ooh. Alright, let's rate Carador 0. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's rate another Kobold. Yeah, I have a Discord. I have a Dead Bluebird app. Compatible. Oh, did Leon know about compatible? I have to correct do that. Yeah, let me summon Bernie real quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
In terms of Kobold and Dragon relations, Tile is the most compatible Kobold for dragons. It's true.
It's true.
Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns.
It's true.
Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns.
Oh, they're playing Masanta Rise. Ah, I think that's a good raid target. Let's do it.
Looks like they're kind of rounded on the tip.
You know.
Do a lot of things
Let me type the raid real quick.
Like handlebars where you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
I don't know why. You know what? Nah, it's fine. Compatible, baby. Okay, I type in the raid. I'll be raiding Carado 0. Another fellow bird. Okay, all good. Now, I won't be streaming for tomorrow and also Wednesday, right? Gosh, I'm scared because tomorrow is gonna be another doctor's visit. Well, what can I do? Probably just gonna get shit on by the doctors, huh? It's fine. I'll be fine. I will be fine. Don't worry. And I'll see you guys on Thursday. Where what do I want to do on Thursday? I mean, I know Thursday is supposed to be art stream. Ooh, like as much as I want to do art stream, I like Valheim as well. The Dr. harm you with Bong Toto to surrender. I mean, look, I wish you guys can do that, but man, the doctors are horrendous here, and that's like putting it lightly. They are absolute dog shit. They treat me like a book. That's how terrible it is. But yeah, I think I already vented back then, so it's all good. All right. You see a doctor suing their own hospital. I know, right? Okay, I'm just gonna rate Corridor 0. Okay. I'll see you guys on... I don't know what to do on Thursday. They're truly terrible if treating someone like a book is considered bad. Yeah, I'll hit you up later if I won a game, Leon. Thanks for stream. Wow. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. So, before the raid, I'm gonna say thank you guys so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right? You guys are amazing. Know that you guys are all loved. You guys are valid. And you guys all matter. Alright? Here comes the raid to Corridor 0, who is playing Masonto Rise currently. And we just need the address of clinic, time they are working, and a funny number on the back of the card for travel cost. Kobold says hi. I'm still gonna do Kobold says hi. If you guys have my emote, feel free to use them. If you guys don't, it's totally fine. Use whatever emote you guys have. Yeah. Since this Kobold emote is like a follower emote, I don't think you can use it on other channels. Wait, can you? I don't know, but I'm just gonna use it anyway. Lens looks fun. Another fellow Lens player. This Kobold. I'm hungry. I really don't know what to do for Thursday. I guess I have to see, right? I think it's most likely gonna be Valheim. I don't know. Since tomorrow is the doctor's visit and all. Maybe. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Wish you the best tomorrow. Thanks, Pinky. Alright, see you guys on Thursday. Be safe, everyone. Bye 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 bye.